Much, much. I always wanted to say that, and hmm, I did think I did misread the I mean your balls. Anyways, let's go straight to gaming, I guess. And second, good. I hope do I do hope the sound is sounding better. I hope the sound is sounding. I did make a little contraption to hold my phone because I do use my phone as a mic. I don't. Well, I do have another mic, but it does sound way worse than my mic phone. And I did make a a very like a phone boot where I can put my phone in with a foam, which should suppress some sounds, especially those of my keyboard and mouse. And I do hope the quality is better. I did again mess with the. Ooh, nice. 300. I did again mess with my sound settings because last stream some ghost did uh, visit my stream, and it did get kind of scratchy in some places. And I do think that's the fault of the compressor because I did put one because my keyboard is really a screamer. I'd say it could wake up. It could be the communal clock to a very big, I don't know, village, how loud it is. And I did search after stream because that was kind of worrying, either because my phone mic did broke, which is bad, or that I don't know, one of the ports on my USB ports did kind of break, which is again was kind of bad. And I did kind of find the most likely culprit, and that would be the what I was saying. Yes, the would be the compressor, and I hope this stream doesn't have the scratches. If it does, I'll be kind of confused what to search for. We need a lot of perfect. Let's see. Well, I guess we do need an ages would be kind of nice after this. I just kind of find it tall in love with the item. It does complement Fox kind of a little bit. I don't know what to yap about because I just put the tag yapper and I wish to fulfill to make a self-fulfilling destiny that if I put it in the tags like on the stream I will become a yapper much faster. But I think yes, one thing that I didn't really hear like on stream because it's either boring or no one really wants to hear it, but like no one is here so I can talk about it. It's how this is. I did some. I did hear extremely small parts of like people talking about the soul. I don't know, like, and, I did hear zero people talking about like transcendence or maybe even enlightenment or something like that. I don't know. Maybe people are not really interested in hearing or nobody really talks about that. Because I did before stream, did try to take like common yapping concept in my mind, so I can yap for a little bit, or maybe kind of. I hate those exploding boogers. To get let's not forget what I was to say. Yes, to have kind of like a common like stream return point to yapping, especially if I make it kind of semi-permanent marker in my mind that I need to yap about something, I can come back to it and don't I won't forget, because I sometimes do forget, which is kind of bad. I can't really, well, I can kind of open a notes app somewhere on my PC or my phone. My phone is kind of busy, like recording. Should I take my second phone out and try that? But that's kind of another potato. Or, I don't know, should I kind of write it down to get a notepad? That, that does not really bad. I'm gonna die and I don't like that. What a wasted run. Ah yes, back to Transcendence. I did kind of try to, how do I say this, to conceptualize it so I can talk about it, because the concepts in my mind really do change a lot. Their meaning, their like contextual meaning, and many other kind of like components of the general meaning in my mind does really change a lot, especially with new information or with new reviewing of the meaning. And I do want to say like transcendence does stand in my mind like right now as a concept of either bypassing something or how do I say this, or escaping something, because I did try to compare it with an how do I say this, like overcoming something or kind of getting above something, but in those kind of two overall concepts of how do I say this, climbing up, there is kind of like a root of obsession, which would be like a mortal sense of like getting up, like getting over someone or getting higher and higher. There is kind of a sense of obsession, pride, and many other mortal emotions. But I do imagine transcendence is like a purer state, which would be, like I said, escaping something, which would not be the for sense of fear or something, but actually escaping something and going outside of it, or bypassing it entirely. And let's the prophecy comes true as I to yap a little bit too much. Let's say bypassing it. And you imagine that first of all, that contextual at very best, meaning transcending, it could be something as easy as you transcending a single step, which would be you, I don't know, putting your foot on the third step, you transcend that step and the next one, because you could kind of climb up the step, but that would, how do I say this? That would put a motion of repetition that you need to every step to go higher and higher. I guess that's the most physical and like normal way of explaining transcendence, but that's the physical way, which would be the most incorrect way of saying it. I don't imagine that can explain transcendence or put it in not mortal words, but mortal like reasons, and to sound reasonable. Like you can't really transcend your store. You can go there, or I don't know if your store is on first, second, or third like a story. You need to get up to it, to walk to it. You couldn't really transcend to it, which I guess that's kind of fair. But to imagine the best way is, I guess, to self-transcend, which again is gonna be really hard to put into words. I guess the best way would be to kind of negative difference, which would be if you can overcome yourself, like the obsession where you want to get better. Because I do imagine want to get better would be good consequences and a good outcome, which will have good consequences, but it's still an obsession that you want to be better than yourself, which will be today. And you technically want to be, how do I say this, more than 100% better than yourself, because the you of today are 100% better than you'll ever be. But that's kind of debatable, right? I do imagine you can get better at time with things and experience, but at the same time you'll always be, how to say this, you'll always be the best in the moment. And that's kind of again very situation contextually situation like based, meaning that you can draw and be the best in the present with two hands, but if you lose one, you'll not be the best with two hands anymore, but you'll kind of stay stuck at when once you are your best, meaning that your skill doesn't really disappear, or better said, your achievements don't really disappear, only your means to get those achievements higher. Which I'm trying to say that time is really like a concept. I did jump kind of a leap of logic right there, but that's what I'm trying to say. No, another thought that did came to my mind was about life, I guess. Is that it's strangely familiar to kind of like I forgot. No, I didn't forget like what I was about to say. I forgot the kind of metaphor that I was about to make. Like a stare. I don't know if that translates good in English. It's like a long blink, I guess, a blink of an eye. Because the longer you can keep your eyes open, the longer you live, I guess. But the moment you close your eyes, you really close it. Another one that kind of is a bit more big. I was wondering if one of the many outcomes what will happen after death, and I do like to play with the idea that maybe there is one true essence, like after death, and you return to it and become one with everything. But I was kind of like in my mind, how would that actually work? Like not technically, metaphysically, better said. Like how can a oneness, something truly complete, still have a mortal side? And I did kind of imagine a scenario, and that would be if the one true existence outside of everything, it is like a true oneness, a true something. No, I should have taken that. Maybe there is a chance that you can be mortal, separated from the true oneness, but return to, I don't know, to the true end in the end. Or yes, I guess that's right. And I guess that would be the most sense would be if the true honest is, I imagine it as a big ball, which is 99% outside of everything, and the 1% that it is in something, it's like, let's say, like a facet of it. It's dipping in something, and those facets are the mortal self, I imagine. And the moment you die, you leave the mortal part behind, and you move facets upper, or maybe even on the other side of the sphere, which would be like the complete self. And you imagine an extremely small part of the true oneness, if the true oneness it is kind of like final destination, dips into the everything of reality. Yes, I did give an updatation of what I was saying, like I'll give myself a 91. I could have explained it better, especially because it's one concept that I couldn't really put into words. It's the immense dimension, not dimension, but yes, dimension is in the immense magnitude of the oneness we need to have to. It's even harder to explain because a sphere doesn't really have any bases. It does have kind of like an outer extreme, but how I guess like a needle point. I don't want to say that if a facet of a sphere will need to be into something, you kind of clip it like how do you say this? Clip a certain percent of it, but I don't imagine like if the one true oneness is really real. I don't think the mortal self would even be like any percentage of it. It would be more like a needle point, but it interacts with something that is not fully complete, and the mortal self does get born then from something that is truly pure and something that is not. I did get that. I don't know where those those kind of ideas came to my mind, because I do have those kind of thoughts all of the time, and I do lose most of them. Oh, let's talk about. We did talk about transcending, and we did talk about transcending, but in the sense of you bypassing something. Let's say in the most kind of spiritual sense, I guess transcending would be you leaving obsession behind and naturally going beyond what you set yourself to be. Like at the spiritual level, that's the easiest way to imagine it. I cannot put it in practical terms because I myself don't know how to transcend the practical terms or explain transcendence. We get the gist. Like I said, I guess to do it spiritually, the easiest way to imagine that is if you could get your goal any other way, that would be not transcending, because to get to your goal, transcending would be literally to get to your goal. There will be no road, no path getting to your goal. Your goal will be where you go. I guess that's kind of convoluted, right? Anyway, let's talk about enlightenment, because it does kind of correlate a little bit. I guess a part of enlightenment does have the same journey as transcendence, but if transcendence takes you there like I guess instantly, because that's what I imagine it to be. There is no, not to say there's no path, there is no challenges, there is nothing really between you and your goal. There is you, and there was a goal, and now you achieve it the moment you transcend. Enlightenment, I do imagine, would be a process of heightening yourself. If let's say if achieving something via obsession would be you overcoming yourself, like how I did say that, and you overcoming yourself would be an obsession because you want to be better than something, and that would be any manner of something, but most likely, or the scenario that you use yourself as the target of suppression, not suppression, I don't know how to say that in English, the target of getting beyond it. It's again kind of a weird concept because you cannot really go beyond yourself. You are the totality of yourself. Meaning the moment you do go beyond yourself, you just become yourself. There's not really, how do I say that? Oh, there's not really a higher self you can go to. You'll just become the higher self. But I guess that does sound kind of more compelling than trying to achieve enlightenment and try to, I don't know, heighten yourself to become a higher self. Then it's easier to imagine you have a state higher than you already. Because that could, I don't know, maybe an onion analogy, kind of make it easier to understand. I can imagine the one with obsession would be that you imagine that you are only the core of the onion and you have layer outside of it which you can put on to get a higher self. But I do guess enlightenment is finding that you are neither in the middle nor on the extreme edge of the onion. You are the onion, regardless of whatever. It's the outer layer or the inner layer or the inner core. And guess the process of enlightenment is finding where you stand in the onion and either going outside to the bigger world or inside to the inner world. I did guess I get a little bit in my element with talking. It's because I was kind of hesitant to start talking about things that good, very good. Like I think most of the time, which would be philosophical in nature, but I guess they don't make them true, or maybe even visual, even if they're like philosophical. And I kind of butchered this run. I wanted to I guess I don't have enough focus, especially my focus is 1, and if speaking takes half of it, I guess it does take about 0.7, and the rest was focus on the game. Yep, I should I go one yap run and one normal focus run? Right. And what else do I say? The soul? That would be debated, because if the existence of a soul that kind of came to pass, that would either, I don't know, break many convictions that the normal human or the everyday human has, or make them stronger. Either one would be the most likely scenario, especially depending on what type of concept of soul we have, meaning a literal, what it is, either virtual thing that connects with physical reality and logical reality, or a more, or a more spiritual reality, where you'd be, I don't know, a meat mecha? No, better not yet. An electric mecha piloting a bone mecha, which has a meat suit, which has a skin suit, which has a cosmetic suit with hair and other human extremities. Yeah, that's about right. That could be an apt comparison. Let's go. So it was an orge. So are those? Doesn't an orge has like 2 heads, or I'm too manhwa brained that I need to think every orge needs to have two hands, 2 heads. Let's go back again to soul. I guess there is kind of a vastly different in the concept of soul. I cannot really put any in a category because they're fudge. I did put the content warning, but I could say fuck. Yes, that's gonna be it. Yes, with the nature of the soul, I do imagine there's kind of many bigger categories. It should be like spirit, a spirit soul, something that's more. I don't know how to explain it. Something that's less restrained in a shape or form, and it's more like something like a mass of gas floating around your body, most likely in your brain area, or maybe floating in you, like shifting. But that's gains of entirely different conversation. Like that, does the soul like gas have mass? How spreadable is it? Do you need to have a bit of a soul in every part of your body to function, or is it more like a symbolic thing that have a soul in your body? I guess that's one type of soul. The other would be the fixed, like soul in your brain that controls your body, or soul in your brain that controls your brain that controls your body. That would be another one, which would kind of make it, not necessarily soul, but more like a soul controller, like or a core soul that controls your emotion, ego, and conscious mind, and such. But that's kind of far-fetched, even though we're talking about souls. I don't imagine that's really likely to be a real case soul. In my opinion, the most real case soul would be simply another layer of physical reality that's smaller. I don't know, maybe something to do with quantum, or something even smaller that we cannot. This is oh, I open under cans of worms, haven't I? Yes, something that controls even smaller reality, because I do imagine even at the unpredictable scale of quantum mechanics, there is a chance there is something even smaller that does control quantum mechanics, even though the human perception and cognition does seem almost impossible to control something on the scale of the universe, or maybe something even smaller, like I open a really big can of worms because now in my mind ideas started shooting up with dimensions, quantum physics, lower lower processes of the universe. I really did put that E after tag good. What was I? Ah, yes, the soul, and that's not good. The soul, yes, that would be the soul controller, which I mean, like, no, what I was talking about before, like the most likely soul. Yes, the most likely soul I do imagine there is, like how even now on more real talk, we cannot really prove of existence of something that does control the brain or why we have life in the first place. We do know. I did see kind of a lot of studies about um, the latest kind of not latest, the earliest kind of signs of water on our planet, and I don't know how fake or not necessarily fake, how statistically, stas- hmm, not statistic, how much the stats are proving that there is kind of suitable kind of living condition on other planets, because I did see it, and most likely you did as well, a lot of kind of scientists or maybe news buzzword that they discover another planet that could be habitable. But I do wonder if this planet Earth makes something really special. Is that an orange? No, it's a Songolin. Does have something really special besides the basic element of water and other thousand minerals that does make an ecological and biological, yes, I just say that good biological makeup of the planet. Maybe there's another thing, like I don't know, maybe the condition would be so. Not that I don't imagine the condition would be so crazy, like extraordinary, that we're the only ones in the universe. But I really imagine now you need the kind of like every element of like I don't know, the magnetic poles, the right type of bacteria, the right type of gravity, the right type of shift, have night and day, the right type of tectonic movements to have ecosystem set up as continuous move, shift, new things get anything gets broken up into smaller pieces, or bigger things get broken up into medium pieces, and the topography starts moving over and over again over thousands of years, tens of thousands of years. Maybe it's not really like a place where you can live, or maybe our place is not special, but the circumstance of taking 99% of all the processes in the universe, like every element that you can find like single in the universe, like gas, gravity, like magnetism. Maybe our planet did hit a jackpot and it got almost, not almost, like all of them to bear life. Or maybe there is kind of like either a freak accent or the nearest life is so far away that it's not really near in any capacity of the world near, like I don't know, maybe thousands, hundreds of thousands of light years away, which would be totally untraceable and about 300,000 years away from actually. Maybe how to say this? Maybe there are kind of like civilization out there, but they're especially I don't know short-lived, like thousands of years. And thousands of years does sound long, but when you do realize that thousands of years distance is not really that much in the grandest scheme of things, maybe. But maybe we live in a very weird part of the universe. Maybe we don't see it because we have a perspective shot of outside our planet, all the like space data we have. With maybe we live in a void region or something like that of the. How do I say this? Maybe on the non-observable part of the universe, maybe the density of things is 100 times more, and the things that we get here, like the light from outside or the material things from the outside, get so lost in here that you get like immense spaces between things. That could be it, or maybe I don't know. Maybe there was like even the more fun fiction route. Maybe there was a civilization out there, like but only one in a cluster of extremely tight planets. I don't know. The biggest I can imagine is planets, or maybe cluster of planets, and they got blown to bits by themselves, or I don't know, cosmic disaster, and that remains, which would be present day smallest organisms, bacteria, or maybe something even smaller as an organism, and it got blown to 1,000 miles into space, and then got carried by over and over again all over the space, and it got our little Earth to kind of inseminate. But that's the sci-fi ending. Huh? What do I need to? I do have all the maps. We need to get a tomb. Let's go, Sir Umfi. Like I said, there is a chance of that because how this is in unknown territory, there is pretty much of chance of everything being true. The impossible being true, the impossible being true, the possible being true. Huh. I did remember something that kind of bugs me a lot. That I see a lot of people rely too much on logic. Not that, not logic as in cumulative knowledge that we know of the world logic, but logic as in the concept, like the universe should follow the laws of logic. Is kind of the opposite way, in my opinion, that we follow the laws of logic to like understand the universe. But I do imagine a lot of people kind of forgot that, and they expect the world to work in certain ways that logic dictates. But the other thing that kind of I really can't wrap my head around is that logic is inherently based. It does have a base towards humans because we did make that, and it's kind of like it's the same as making a mold for a hand. Obviously, it's going to take after the hand if it's a mold of the hand. And logic it is our tool of viewing reality or trying to understand reality and live reality, meaning that it does have a lot of bias from our like everyday, not everyday because logic doesn't really take everyday opinion into account. Like how do I say this? Not everyday, like common biases, and that's an extremely complex topic because you have local logic, meaning things that are logical in your surroundings without you or your logic, meaning that you shouldn't break something, you shouldn't kill something, you shouldn't vandalize something. That's a logic reality that's shared between you and others, but that gets extremely muddy when you have personal logic, which would be all of your experiences and your biases, and your common logic, which hopefully every human does have a little bit of it. Like again, you shouldn't do that, you shouldn't do that, you should do that in the case of something. And like personal logic does have a extremely set of weird rules, which is you make your personal logic, you take the root of common logic, and if you so feel like it, you can transform it beyond anything recognizable by the human mind, because it's your logic. I mean, there is a good chance you only understand it, like the rituals, patterns, or anything that's deeply personal and unique, deeply personal and unique. Because something can be deeply personal, not unique, like love. I guess almost all of us do love our mothers, our fathers, our brothers, and such. I do imagine there are some cases that you do not love those that are family, because again, logic does dictate in your mind that maybe those with the logical meaning of the word family does not register in your personal logic as family because circumstances or simply not enough attraction to kind of keep strong feelings together. There could be a million reasons of why your personal logic would dictate that the word family doesn't have much meaning to you. Or maybe it does have too much meaning for something that you cannot separate yourself from. And again, your personal logic does dictate that. And if you don't want to share your personal logic to someone, that would, how did I explain this? It does really come to a weird impasse because those are the same as kind of boundaries, I guess, or maybe how do you see your internal logic or your personal logic could be split in so many facets of you, your personality, the way you act, the way you behave. And imagine are very different things. The way you how do you say, the way you interact with others, it does affect from the smallest thing to the biggest thing, your like internal logic and trying to explain that to someone else. But again, even though you are trying to explain it, I'd imagine that's what you are trying to do when you try to make someone understand you, like how I'm trying now. I'm trying to put some pieces of my internal logic out in the open and you to read them, to try to understand them, try to comprehend them, and then try to apply them so you can both have common ground to understand what I'm trying to say. You did kind of hear that there 9 processes to get the internal logic across, and that's why I do guess common sense, I guess I should say it, but common logic should be very important to every person because that's kind of our shell library of understanding that I could point you to something and then I could point you to something slightly unique and you get the meaning across. Whatever is lost in translation, I mean, you need to make up with your unique logic or with your common. I guess that's where kind of the soul and enlightenment comes in. I did kind of try to. I did yap a lot. I did try to. What is it? How much did I yap? Half an hour. Good. Let's go again, folks. What I'd say. I guess with enlightenment. And even there is many paths. There are many paths. No, there are many paths to enlightenment, and the big one that came now to my mind, I'm sure there are extremely many, would be self-enlightenment, which would take a course of a lifetime to get, and you may or may not get in your last moments, or maybe in the last moment, like singular, or maybe you'll never get it, which would be understandable, because in most cases of self-enlightenment, the final enlightenment, the big revelation, not really the thing you're after the journey, like building every single bit to the big, whatever you get to see the big moment, doesn't really matter. The second would be, how do I say this, an open enlightenment, I guess. It's kind of again hard to explain my inner logic to outside observers. Yes, an open enlightenment. That would kind of have the major category of self-training to get enlightenment, because self-enlightenment would bank on the statement that you may or may not be like aware that you are trying to get self-enlightenment. Maybe you are trying to achieve a higher ego, maybe you are trying to find truth, maybe you are trying to refine yourself, maybe you are trying to run away from something, and imagine that's also valid, because if you are sometimes too good at something, you most probably will achieve a some sort of realization, and if that realization is deep enough and has enough basis in your mind with a lot of experience, knowledge, and like logical structure in your mind, you may come to enlightenment or an enlightened, how do I say that? An enlightened answer I'm saying that wrong as fuck, but we'll announce it. Meaning that the answer you are searching for, you may not be searching for, but you will eventually find if you are good at something, will be the enlightenment you seek or you may not seek. And this is the open enlightenment, would be the category that you get from people that are good at their craft, or people that are and don't have a special something in their head and they use it because his enlightenment in the second category doesn't really come to you, you need to go to it, but you shouldn't be desperate for it, because how the hell is, I guess that has been spoken 1,000 times and I will say it again and again, like the more you are desperate for enlightenment, the further away from you is, because how the hell is, how they explain this, better said, to be barely understood, because the original phrase is not really that poetic or philosophical, it's literally a description that the more desperate you are for enlightenment, the further away is it, because what I see is when you are desperate for enlightenment, you're not really desperate for enlightenment, you are desperate for the outcome of enlightenment, you want the ultimate answer, maybe you want something to complete you, and that's the furthest state you can be from enlightenment, the desperation of wanting to have the answer without the journey. That literally puts you away from enlightenment. Like in a physical sense, if enlightenment was a ball, you going to enlightenment would be you stepping towards the ball. But imagine like desperation is you running towards it, but now that you start running, you disturb the ball and it starts rolling, and the faster you run, the faster the ball gains momentum and runs away from you. So that's why you should be steady, slow, meticulous, yes, and very understanding. You need a lot of understanding. And I don't think you need a lot of understanding for enlightenment, as weird as that sounds. You need understanding to understand the hint towards enlightenment. It's the same thing? It's really not. You need understanding to understand things. To not analyze things, but to find the answer in simple things. You really need to understanding. And the thing with understanding that's kind of unfortunate, but at the same time very fortunate, it's entirely non-reliant on intelligence. I don't know, does that sound good? Understanding is not reliant on intelligence, and it's not. Understanding it's entirely based on information, knowledge, your skill to spot knowledge, your skill to dissect knowledge, and your skill to digest knowledge, and to from that knowledge to gain something, even though there may be nothing there to gain. That's weird, right? It is. That would be the second category of enlightenment, I guess. The majority of not small enlightenment, but small ways to get into enlightenment, like I said, being extremely special in one case and following the specialness to the end. The third would be the easiest way to enlightenment, I guess. And that would be luck. That's pure and simple, luck. And you may ask, how can luck lead you to enlightenment? Well, that's it, it doesn't. You are lucky to have the perfect understanding in the perfect place to strike enlightenment. But that's an entirely different question, whatever you do with that enlightenment. Yes, luck. I know that sounds even crazier than the first option. How can you gain enlightenment through luck? Is it not really unfair for those that do search for it all their life? Yes, it is. Especially for those, the majority of people that do chase enlightenment are of religious status, I imagine. Most likely monks, abbots, and many other religious positions. Or maybe religious practices, religious endeavors, and is it unfair to achieve something that maybe they haven't achieved? Yes, because what they chose to go towards is most likely self-enlightenment, something that they need to achieve with their own hands. And if they do try to go, honestly, once you gone to one path, you cannot really change to another because you'll fall extremely short in the category of being desperate for enlightenment, which would further it away from you, meaning that you did choose self-enlightenment, you need to see it to the end. And that's unfortunate. I don't know if my rumblings have any sense, because in my mind, what I see is the concept morph, fuse, split, like double, again, split. There's a chaotic mess of concepts and double? No, almost. And I do have all the time. I do have them all the time, but I do kind of try to ignore them. It's really not pleasant. Not the thoughts themselves or the ideas, but trying to actualize them every time you get a new idea, every time you get a new concept. Because in my mind, it's become the same with my voice. I cannot stand my voice, especially on the recording or the VOD or the video or the YouTube. I simply cannot. Like any fiber of my being, I cannot stand my voice. The same would be with my ideas. I did have so many times that they started becoming bland. And they almost, not if it's, I don't know if it's a word thing, don't box me in. I don't think if it's a word thing to say, but when I do get a kind of certain kind of idea, I do mark it with an emotion. And if I do get the same kind of idea, I can emotionally feel it if it's the same, I guess, if it's in the same realm of sameness. And unfortunately, I don't know if that was a mistake. Maybe it was. And I did, like, of lately, I don't know, maybe years, months, probably years, start feeling that almost every idea that comes out of my mind, it's almost a replica of another idea. Even though the contents are 100% different, that's probably a mental thing. I thought of them so much that, I don't know, they almost become nothing in my mind, and I try not to think about them. Is it bad? It's probably bad, but I don't really want to consider the alternatives, which would be documenting every idea that did came to mind, be a bigger nightmare than trying not to acknowledge them. I would really hate that, meaning to archive every idea. Because I need every idea, I need to make every, and I'm dead? No. I need to make every take of every idea perfect, but in that process, especially without the time, which in that time, which I try to perfect an idea and put it on paper, digital, whatever concept, another idea will pop out, and the process come again. If I was a quantum computer with infinite qubits and processing power, I could do it, and infinite cores and infinite bandwidth and infinite parallel processing power. No, even better, it's an infinite, like, cube parallel processing power. I could do it if I could open every time a new, oh, I'm dying, yes. Every time a new idea popped up, I could open a cube parallel processing power, like, process, and let it run exponentially more higher and higher till I get my idea done. But unfortunately, I'm meat and bone and cartilage, and I cannot really quantum process my way to ideas. But yes, I think you get the point. And yes, I could write them really shortly on a piece of paper so I get a reference, but like how I did put in my bio on Twitch, I am unfortunately very forgetful. And I do mean very forgetful, probably early sense of dementia, but I guess not everyone is perfect. It does start to show. I did kind of think I was invincible when I was kind of like, I feel so old. Anyway, when my body was working at its peakest, I did think I was invincible. Invincible! I need if I did have a good setup, I could take the invincible photos and put it hello, not hello purple, and put it quick. No, anyway, new one, the side. I'm deadly passing. Ah yes, back to my, I don't know, I do imagine that this, the YAP session that I did the kind of take is gonna read like a registration with 1,000 like sub comments under a sub comment under a new thread under a new sub thread. Anyway, with the example that it came to me like today about life, how it's like a blink. The more not a blink, but yes, a blink. How did I describe it? I do want to be consistent, I really do, but my memory kind of fails me. How this is my short-term memory. VRAM is kind of VRAM and normal RAM is kind of like trash. My long-term memory is kind of good. I do have not good, but it's okay. The best RAM I have would be a random like random storage, like random old storage. I mean, I can't remember all things, extremely all things, but that's not really helping me, is it? No. What was I talking about? Oh yes, the life. It was kind of like between a blink and a stare. I did imagine, and when I do imagine things, I do kind of get visual with them, meaning that I may not remember the idea, but I remember the kind of rendering of the idea in my mind or something. It was like like a long. Like I did remember what I was saying. It was like the pause between blinks, like when you blink, wait and blink again. I do imagine that's kind of life from an observer perspective of a human life. Like the more you can keep your eyes open, the more your lives, the more you live, and the moment you do close your eyes, you're suddenly not living and peacefully passing away. That's kind of grim, isn't it? I guess it is. Oh, I do remember now. It was with the one through that really does read like a Reddit thread. No, with the one through like oneness outside of everything. It was kind of related to this thought of one blink, one life situation. It was it's all coming together. Trust the process. Trust the process. It was the thing with cognition and perspective. If you are like one piece of the one true one, the oneness, the one true complete something outside of everything. And how do you explain a mortal self? How can something that's truly complete have a mortal self? And now I did realize that a mortal self may be the part that's speaking through to material reality, and the moment you stop existing, you suddenly kind of, how this is, first your cognition, your perspective goes to nothingness, and you kind of merge back to the true oneness, and the one point that it is kind of dipping in the material reality. It's the thing that makes the mortal self, because I do imagine that the mortal self would be half eternal, something that's not like physical, something half material, which would yes be the body in that sense. But I'm yapping again, so let's. That was kind of the connected thought between the blinking perspective of life, and how if the oneness, if it does exist, how that connect to it. You simply stop blinking and fuse, not fuse back, like wisp away into the oneness and become complete again. But I guess every mortal that is not truly and utterly broken, who don't really want to give the mortal shell, because it does bind you like strings. I'd imagine if you're even a more apt description of binding you the mortal shell, if your soul was at first free and pure when you came to the material plane. Every desire, every sin, everything that gets a reaction out of you is like a tight string of an unbreakable material, and it loops around your soul, it tightens, it loops around your soul and tightens, and it does that over and over again. With the more things you enjoy in the human world, the more things you like, unlike, don't like, hate, love, the tighter it binds you to the mortal plane, and the less you want to live it. I guess that also dips in kind of in Buddhism, for the extremely small part that I know. I did read a lot of comments on them, like about discussion about Buddhism, and they were less than coherent. I did answer some parts logically, but obviously, I should have said obviously. But some parts I couldn't really get. Not I couldn't really get, but I couldn't put in context to understand the full meaning. I could guess the meaning, but that's not really trying to understand it, or trying to get the original meaning out of the words. The words. It's the best way I can describe it. It's you're going through something, I don't know, banging your little toe on that accursed corner of everything, of every furniture, and you're feeling the pain, and somebody is saying that I also did once bang my little finger on the corner, and you're saying yes, it was painful, and him saying no, it wasn't, and you're realizing that you don't get the full context, the full meaning, the full contextual meaning. Maybe he had, I don't know, maybe he didn't have any feet, maybe he didn't have like bare feet, maybe he did have, I don't know, like shoes, maybe it was a padded corner, maybe it was rounded something, and he misspoke the word corner. Maybe he didn't, maybe it was a floating table that didn't have any corners. Maybe he almost like nicked his little finger, but he didn't, and you only got the thing that I also hit my little toe in the corner. There's so many things that in the translation, the translation of meaning, the how to say this? Not translation, the transition, no transition, the transaction. No, I cannot say that. Another word. The transaction between you and someone, when you give them the meaning of something, it can be so distorted and it can change so much that even with the original context, like I bang my little toe, you get the kind of local meaning. I can understand something, as I say in Buddhism, but my bias blinds me, like every other human on the planet, and some things I'm not willing to believe. And that is as simple as that. If I could believe everything that I did read, it would be, I don't know how I say it would be. It would be either extremely freeing, if I could have no doubt, or it would be extremely easy to get scammed, I guess. But at the same time, it would be a very simple life if you can believe everything that you are shown. Huh. No, ooh. Does believing everything you are shown mean that you believe everything is true? Or you believe the content of what you are shown? Because that's kind of two different things. Believing everything is true from what you hear could go extremely wrong. Because how would you what would you do in a situation that someone says to you you are sad and you say yes I am sad, and someone says you are happy and say yes I'm happy? Will you feel something? Will you feel nothing? Will you be indifferent? Because should you show an appropriate reaction to someone saying you are sad and you saying yes I am sad and becoming sad, or only an acknowledgement that yes I am sad and not showing anything? Because extremely many contradictory things does happen everyday life, and you need to either choose ignore or simply become ignorant of some choices. So some certain like biases and flawed thinking can become passable in your mind. I guess now we can go into the discussion of that's why you shouldn't like yourself, especially, and I'm that, especially not in the that's gonna be a hard conversation if you don't have an inner voice, right? I don't say that in your privacy of your own mind you shouldn't like yourself on anything, because that will create more obstacles and even harsher biases or maybe ignorance patterns in your mind. Because that's what I'm trying to convey. If you do lie enough to yourself and you have enough blank spaces in your mind that you don't want to look because you don't want to acknowledge what is there, it does kind of create a, I don't know what it does create in my mind, a simulation of that thing with like a very weird person. Hmm. Let's try to describe it. What a person with so many holes in their logic or their self, the personality, their inner logic, their inner self would look like. Not look like, but you understand what I'm trying to say. Would be like. Mm, I cannot imagine, or I can imagine, but I fear if I do say it out loud, it will hit a lot of hearts in a bad way. Huh. Another thing that I kind of recently realized that it's the pinnacle of bias, I would proclaim it as such. It's something that I really hate and I wish I could lift like every time I see something, but I guess that's not how the world works, because if I could do that, it would be a miserable experience, especially for a brain that likes things to be perfect. Is the veil of perfection, I would name it. It's like how every small bias in your mind creates a kind of protective barrier around the subject or something. Especially even your emotions of hate, affection can create an almost how to say this, almost an cognition like barrier around the subject. Meaning, if you do like a person, the simplest example I could say is if you do like someone, not that you are willing to kind of turn a blind eye to their flaws. It's simply that your brain doesn't let you see those flaws because you like that person, whatever that like is, parasocial or not, like, or relationship like or not. The act of liking somebody, a place, a something, an object, an action, uh, most of the time your brain will go, oh, you like that, and it will kind of turn certain harsh corners or gaps in the logic that you like in that, and without your permission, that will be your unconscious, I guess, and it kind of creates a toxic loop where the more it seems like the more perfect it seems, the more you like it, but the more you like it, the more perfect it seems. Because I hate that when I do have like person that I like, and I'm willing to overlook some of their flaws, but that's what you're saying to yourself, and most likely, not that you are lying, you're not aware how much holes and how much rough corners someone has. Because how do you say this? This works in such a in such a pendulum way. Because oh, legendary, nice. Even if you do love someone or like someone, it will roughen. It will soften some edges, or maybe even like erase that entirely, so you do not perceive them. They are wiped from your cognition. Like very obvious thing that if you do look into the past and see certain people, you realize that they are not seeming uh, they're not seeming as you remember them. That's not them pretending it's you not remember correctly, or you're simply your brain refusing to see certain things, even if they're slapping it in your face. Not you, your brain, or maybe you slapping it in your own face. What I want to say? I forgot. Yes, that's a very pendulum way of doing, like in yin and yang, and that's even more toxic in my opinion. That the more you like or love someone, the more you're willing, or your subconscious is willing, or maybe you both are willing to forgive certain things, and that's true, and that's toxic, because the more you are willing to forgive certain things, the more perfect the person seems, and the more perfect the person seems, the more you are willing to forgive certain things. A toxic cycle. But the problem is, if that you may think in your mind, but what that time someone that I liked or I started hating, and I did see their flaws, the ugly flaws. That's another problem, because the moment you do that, and the love turns to a negative emotion, other emotion, that those ages transform into gaps, but not all of them, because like how a good person has good qualities and good like good how to say, it's not good qualities, good aspects to them. When you do hate someone, you suppress the good aspects of that person, which is again doing the same thing, but and the inverse of what you do to a person you like. You're willing to forgive, in parentheses, their flaws, their holes in their like entire person, but when you do that with hate, you are willing to negate any positive thing that they might have, and only focus on the negative things. And that's again really toxic, because the more you hate someone, the more you are willing to overlook their good points. But the more you are overlooking someone's good points, the more you hate them, because you see less and less things to, like, even how do I say this? You see even less things that you yourself can say that's a redeeming point in them, and they become more and more hateful, more and more like, and not more and more hateful. They become an easier and easier person to hate. The more you overlook their good points, but the more you overlook their good points, the easier it is to hate them, and you will hate. And that's the most toxic thing I did, kind of, because I did see it in persons that I do kind of like enjoy in the present. I'm willing to overlook certain things, but when I'm not, kind of like, my brain does the veil of perfection, kind of, it does sleep slightly. I realize that not everybody's perfect, and when I do mean that, I do mean that not one person is perfect. Maybe God, whatever God is, but any mortal flesh is not perfect. Many things in life, and in my opinion, almost, or maybe all things, have a duality to them, and the duality maybe in a positive, negative way, or maybe a duality in a flip side, and an underside and an upside. Because most things in life do go from one to another. They go from easy to hard. They go from one extreme to another, for simple to complex. And most things, like, how do I explain this? If you did kind of have a very huge hole somewhere in your life, whatever that's, feelings, money, friends, it does kind of mold you in such a way that is kind of like gravity. It's like an S. If you start at the lower end, the more gravity takes you and drags you towards to another hoop. I don't know if I'm making sense. I hope I do. I hope I am. I've been yapping a lot. That tag really does help with yapping. I really do hate, and I mean hate, the so-called veil of perfection, because how do I say this? It blends a person's like entire existence to likable or unlikable, and it doesn't do that with all their flaws, all their holes, all the kind of, how do you say this? All their defects, or maybe all their good things, but it does it to a certain degree that most persons become like similar, even though every human is different in a multitude of ways. It does create like a common bias, like the how do I say this? It does create a common bias that every time you do like start liking someone, they start reflecting other people you like, and it may be not that you like the same kind of people, but after you start liking them, they become the same kind of people in your mind, because you are willing to forgive some things and maybe not so much others. They become a type, a pattern, and like I said in the second, third, first, and whatever, that patterns are really valuable, especially common patterns that apply to everybody. And if this is a pattern, that I do presume it is the veil of perfection, because if you do have biases and you do like something more than a little bit, and your emotions work normally and your subconscious does its job, you'll most likely have it. An over beautifying filter, an over uglifying one, for the person that you like, you love, it will make them more beautiful, and the person that you hate, it will make them more hateful. I guess that was an apt description for kind of understanding it better. For the person that you love, to make them more lovable, and for the person that you hate, to make them more hateable. I don't think that's a word. No, hateful? Hatefuler? No, that's not a word either. You understand the point. I did kind of start to loosen my mouth and yap a lot. Where was I? Should I continue with the duality of life? Like how I see it in my life and in other lives, where let's put it simple, where they lack. No, I didn't say that right. Where they lack something, they try to gain. They try to gain it, and that creates a very seeable pattern, which is where is the deficit. A person will try to make an offset to that part. I guess you could call it compensating, but it's not really compensating. It's if you're a very long line of magnetic sand, and life would were a magnet, every time life would get close to you, it would bend you a certain way. And because we are in the real world, and this example does kind of mystical, to get on the course back, you need to bend the other way, like an S. If you're here and life would attract you in this direction, to get back you need to go like this, and then most likely like something like this, and then straight. But most likely this straight will never be straight, it will be something like this, attracting you in one direction, you need to go into another and another. I did realize that I did now realize that I have my mouse and can like point to stuff and explain better. I mean, and yes, I did see this pattern in real life. I'm not speaking like poetry. I did see it pretty much in my life, which is not much of a base study number, meaning only one, but I did see it in general world, like in the general facility, in other people behavior, in other people mannerism, how they have their habits placed, I imagine, how past events kind of molded their future actions, like how it's with most people. And it's not really a bad thing to admit, I imagine. You are you are molded by your past encounters, events, reaction, consequences. You literally just are. Better said, you are. No, let's try to make that better. You are the accumulation, the literal accumulation of all your past experiences. That's what the present is. So obviously, you're gonna get influenced by them, and when things tend to get negative, they most likely will try to make them positive. But that was kind of a very oversimplifying example. Because most things are not really only negative or positive. There are many such. What I'm trying to say, the world will never be black and white, even though in some parts it may be black and white. Damn. What's this Naruto and Sasuke team up that I got? Yes, like I was saying, most things are 26, 26, nice. Most things are a negative or a positive, and to always balance those out, you need to put a little bit, take a little bit, maybe put a little more, take a little less. Let's say orange, and I yapped for an hour. 2 more hours to go. 2 more hours to yap. I do wonder is gonna be the like part recording bigger because I yap a lot. The other ones were I don't remember anymore, but I should see if this one is bigger because I yapped a lot. That would be very funny. Technically it should because it has more content and more like variation of sound. Demonic Soul. What else should I yap about? Another polarizing, like not concept, but the result is that we do have cameras like all over around the world, like on every single part, because we have a lot of satellites, whatever. I guess a lot of news that they're fake, and I'm not willing to believe that. So I will go with the more likely possibility they are real and that's a cover up. And I will also have taken it with a grain of salt that as many as they spoke, like hundreds. I do think it was somewhere around the ballpark of hundreds. Shouldn't there be like any not discoverable part of where that is on the surface and you can see it like above any line, any tree line or any skyline. Should never be like 100% visibility of the world. And another thing is that we do get extremely good recording footage, and I do imagine they keep the Google Maps to certain resolution, so it's useful but not extremely useful. Meaning that I do imagine they're out there in the world like high res like maps of the entire world. And wait a sec. Sorry. I did just sneeze, and it was a cold kind of sneeze. The one that you get right after you start having a cold. It was I don't know how to say it. It was really sinusy, I guess. What I was saying? Yes, with the high-res world map. I'm sure there are some pieces out there. I don't think there is a full region one, but now with the rise of AI, I'm sure there will be like complete, almost complete, like 99% accurate maps of the world in extremely high res. And them, I guess. Fuck me. What I was saying? Yes, and for what purpose those maps should be used, I leave it to your imagination. Let's go focus again. Let's try tier 1. We did a rogue rainbow every single time hit 3. But let's try like in order so I can yap a little bit more easier and don't die as easily. And now with the rise of AI, I do imagine a lot of things will become more completed. Like things that did require data, like a map would, because I do imagine there are two sides of a map, like a conceptual map. One would be the raw data of the map, like the position of everything, especially on a digital map, and that would be the output of the map, which would be the photo or the 3D or the animation, not animation. How do I say this? The one on Google Maps that can move around and jump a lot. Maybe that would be a good use for AI to make those, I don't know, the map more complete. Back on AI. I do see a lot of people have their opinion kind of extremely split. Those on the more artistic side, whatever would be art, music, anything that's has a more digital space. I'm extremely against it, but I do see the common people that don't have much interaction with anything that solicitates someone having to make something digital, which is a big majority of the internet. I don't imagine many people of all those that are on the internet have a interest in I don't know, music or art. They do have an interest in music or art, don't get me wrong, but I don't think they have a big direct connection with the artist in general. I have a normal person to look at a piece of art, whatever that's digital, on Twitter, on Facebook, or listen to a piece of music. They will not really go to the artist and take a commission. 99% of the internet, I do know that. And 1% is extremely mega amount, especially, I don't know the entire population of the internet, but it should be around a billion or something, right? Especially because I did see another crazy thing that with there 8 billion humans was not that an extremely old study, and the way they calculated was shady as hell, meaning they didn't take a low poverty country, they put a total head count, meaning some guess estimate, whatever there are really that many people, it's totally untrue, and even that was approximated, I imagine, meaning it was location approximated over location approximation, was not really counting done, because I never imagine there can really be much counting in when you try to approximate 8 billion people, but you know, I cannot really know if they overshot it or undershot it a lot, meaning if they're only 6 or maybe they're 12 or something crazy like that. I cannot imagine because I did see kind of a more official study that was done based on a region approximation, like how many people would live in this area, and for more documented areas there would be like actual document say how many people are living. But even that data, if it's not like regularly, weekly, bi-weekly, monthly, bi-monthly, yearly, bi-yearly, like updated, it can get very out of like balance, especially with like people moving, people settling in. There's gonna be a lot. Like I said, that's such a complicated like math equation that I cannot imagine if they overshot it like so much. Overshot it so much that there's only like 6 billion people, especially after COVID and such, or there is like they overshot it way too much, and not overshot it, undershot it way too much, and there's like 12 billion people or something like that. But the most kind of possible scenario that I put it in the ballpark of 9 or something, especially with, I don't think any country, especially the extremely big ones like China or Russia, do have a head count that's really stable, besides the obvious like taking all their databases of persons, real persons identification and counting that. But that's, again, I don't know how many of those do renew their like personal information, and for those that do renew it, how many errors, how many misinputs, how many things that could go wrong, and how many what do you say? I guess how many things are wrong in those like databases. I cannot imagine being anywhere near accurate. It will be accurate for like local places, meaning that I'm sure your local government knows how much you stay in a household, how many people, but I don't imagine the head government can say how many people are in like entire city, like accurately to the person. Like I'm sure how many legal residents they can say, but that's legal person that they make their legal documents very regularly updated. I'm sure there's some kind of cases in the backlogs and such that don't count, I have a little feeling that those are extremely a huge amount of persons. And even in the case it was done in 2014 or something, I remember. But it could be again wildly inaccurate, like how I imagine it. Because again, there are still villages out there that do not have a local government and the best way to count the population is to ask, and you get your answer that 90 households and about 300 something people. More precise, I cannot say more precise. Uncle John comes and goes back a lot. We got some people out of town in town. We have a lot of, I don't know, what's the name of the hotels that you can kind of rent if you have it in your house? Maybe they got good business and they keep people coming with the months. How would the resident count? Do you need to be a legal long-term resident, meaning more than 10 years or something like that? For every person that like has any fingerprint or footprint in that the town does count as a person. So most likely the population of the earth is kind of a fluid mess. It goes, flows into any other parts of it. Do you get the hollow purple? I shouldn't have said because you only miss a red. And like I said, because of the extremely complicated mess that the calculation is, I cannot imagine. I literally can't. Whatever they overshot it or undershot it, because there is no way they got it right with so much room for error. Because I do imagine that's what they are trying to do, to get it under the error margin as small as possible, but I can't imagine how messy the process was trying to get the data for all the countries, especially from some remote location of countries that literally didn't want to say, and they give an estimate like no concrete numbers, and they were like about 300 million and goodbye. And then from that number, it's even crazier. I do imagine, I don't think they could take like a number at the face value. They'll need to make some, I don't know, inquiries, local inquiries, and they try to estimate the number again. So if a country did overshoot their own population and say they did have 300 million, but they did have like 800 million, now once the study need to redo that, and if they again overshot it, maybe they got some errors, maybe they got some false inputs, like false positive, and they put that thing at 180 million. They decide that that's a good middle ground. That's fucked. Imagine doing that for every single country. The gain to loss ratio that would be like added to the actual population would be crazy. That's why I said I cannot really imagine any good estimation. I can imagine in the future when phones will get even more spread, and maybe even like water, like a necessity in life, you could gain a more accurate head count, not because it would be easier, but because it'd be easier to count connection, to count like, actual physical person, especially if the one with need to put verification on the verification on whatever you are trying to load on YouTube or such. There is a good chance you'll get a good estimate headcount with every single person to even take a screenshot on a photo and need an ID. But that's just my opinion. A game opinion. No, just my opinion. Want to do a meta thing. Just a theory. A game theory. Nah, I don't know. I haven't slept like in a day and something. I did skip a day of sleep because I couldn't like fall asleep. And now I'm running on coffee alone. My brain is kind of mush, that's why. This is, if I was fully awake, I don't really think I would have the like, I would be very shy. I'm just a shy guy. I don't think I really could don't die please, and yes, thank you. I don't think I really could yap as much as I would now, because I don't really feel the fatigue, but I do know the moment I'm touching my bed. I refuse to touch the bed because it's also because of stream. I did wanted to stream like every day, and if I did touch the bed even slightly, I was going to be drop like straight dead about 10 hours or something like that. And there was a good chance that I would overshoot my sleep and get like 1 in the morning or something like that, like up like, one night. I don't know how you guys said. I would simply do that, and I would break my streak. So I did the best thing in my power, and that would be to stay awake. I don't know. It's not really nothing special. I did so many times. I did kind of at one point when I was kind of becoming a little bit sleep deprived. I did search on the internet what could happen if you don't sleep, and only good results. Brain damage, death. I don't know, a lot of very good things. I swear I saw none like remedy or maybe encouragement to if you can go to sleep. That straight, it was straight brain damage. That was it. Like a very detailed and graphic like paragraph of how your neurons die when you don't sleep enough, and how your brain simply like kills itself. And I was like, that's so comforting. I can sleep so much better now. It's not like you rattle my spirit so much that I would stay not asleep another day because of that. I like when my brain goes, I don't think I need those, and starts like smooshing them. Yeah, and only good symptoms. And that certainly didn't make me even more jumpy than I was before I started reading that. Like I said, I've done it so many times that this is I gain like phantom power. Like I gain fake energy for a few hours, and then I don't know if it's a meeting, probably not. Like I gain not fake energy because it's real energy, but I logically know that if I didn't sleep like a good amount and I stay more than 24 hours, 36 hours, 48 hours straight asleep, and technically I do have from somewhere energy that couldn't really be good, like clean, pure energy. I don't know where that comes from, but I don't know, it does come with a consequence. And that's probably my brain eating itself. But I do get that. That's a trade-off, right? You don't sleep a few days and you suddenly lose IQ. But it's probably even worse than I'm imagining it. You're losing a few IQ. Probably losing brain functions. Don't be losing like mental facilities. Maybe that's why. I just said it in my first video, I think, that I could have become a normal streamer, but How this is, I didn't choose the VTuber life, the VTuber life chose me. I unfortunately have many qualities that someone would describe a VTuber. And being a normie streamer is a bit bad, but I don't think I will meet. How this is, I didn't choose my path with a end goal in mind, but a very blurry one, not necessarily I would know where I would end, because I didn't come into streaming with a meaning. Streaming was the meaning that I was searching for. Like, I don't really have a goal. Streaming is the goal. Maybe I'll find another bigger one, or maybe more on that I can focus more. But primarily, streaming is the goal for me. Ah yes, I'm back to the VTuber. I don't think if I would be a normal streamer, I would meet the people that I want to meet. And I could say with it's actually that I don't like normal people, but there are so many fascinating, slightly weird people that are more strange than normal people. I don't know how to explain it without sounding weird. Let me think. I guess the pool of normal people and the chance of meeting someone interesting, it's kind of rare because most normal people are normal. That was obvious, right? But in the VTuber's hero's phase, there is a much bigger chance of finding someone interesting because everybody here is slightly weird. Whatever slightly weird, it's a good slightly weird or a bad slightly weird. Am I? There's a small problem somewhere. I'm lagging. Technical problem, please. I'm lagging. Yes? And don't kill me, please. Is this the... I do not know, am I lagging? I guess I will see on the VOD. Wait, I need to check something. I'm curious why would on my OBS it's kind of smooth, but on Twitch it does seem to be choppy as hell. What's happening? Wait, let me reset Twitch for a second. Was I... that's weird. Maybe my internet dropped a little. Or maybe I got... I don't know, my bitrate died? I don't know what happened. It was choppy on Twitch. That's weird. First time happening. Ah yes, with the VTuber stuff. Like I just say, like the chance of finding someone interesting in a normal pool of people would be rare. And I guess that's interesting could be extremely objective, like what I might find interesting, you may not. So the thing is to find your interest interesting, I guess. And I guess the people I do find interesting, they're on the slightly weirder side, which would coincide really nicely with the VTuber sphere. There are a lot of entertaining, slightly weird people. I guess not weird. I guess the quirks are kind of more evolved. No academia, no My Hero Academia quirks, but like personality quirks. I don't know, logic quirks. I guess that's little going a little too deep, and I'm willing to overlook personality quirks if the base material is high quality enough, I guess. I'm not saying normal person can be like interesting, but I'm saying it's a hell of a lot more hard to search for a like quality friend than a normal person, because they literally do not share certain things with you, especially how do I say this? The more unlike the friends you are trying to search for are, the most likely interesting you to one another would be. So I don't imagine a normal person that does normal things would enjoy speaking with me about VTubers if they didn't know what a VTuber was and didn't watch streaming and they were not gaming, let's say. I don't think they would enjoy speaking with me about foreign topics. I do guess I get them. I get the meaning across. So yeah, I'd imagine a VTuber fan, VTuber themselves, VTuber adjacent individual in the community, an artist, an VA, a voice actor, an illustrator, an animator, and what else? I don't know, an editor that works with VTuber for the VTubers. If he's a VTuber on the craziest plot twist of the century, I guess they would find the VTuber related topics more interesting, and I would find also things related to VTuber more interesting. I guess a common point is really important to have any common ground between any kind of partnership, whatever that be, a friendship, a literal partnership, or I don't know how many ships there are out there. I guess many. There's a love ship, I think. A love ship. That sounds weird. A friendship. A horse ship. No, a mamusume. A horse ship. That does sound like a mamusume name. A horse ship. Anyway, yes, any kind of ships that are out there. I do guess a VTuber would enjoy someone that know VTubers are related into the sphere. So I guess the moral of the day is you are what you eat. So if I guess I do want to become a VTuber, I need to become one. No moral of the story. I did become slightly more awake, and I'm again in my shy guy mode, so it's kind of hard to yap a lot. Really happy that my stream didn't drop. Oh, no, I get it. I did wonder why there was kind of moments in Mayoshi's streams, or maybe like a person that I did watch, Twitch will suddenly drop. That's the feeble like Twitch dropping the connection. I was wondering, like every time I my stream started like glitching or repeating, or maybe even like double audioing, I always think it's me till I see like the raging chat room exploding. The stream is lagging. Which is kind of entertaining, I guess. And it is, how do I say this? I'm sure that every community is like this. That any community that you consider yourself a part of the community, it does give you the community vibe. But I really do like the VTuber community. I do find a lot of good entertaining people, and good entertaining are separate, like good people and entertaining good people, not good entertaining people. But I guess there are also good entertaining people if they're good and entertaining at the same time. But they could also be also only good and entertaining, but not good at entertaining. That's my brain is firing connection that it hasn't known before. Water break. I did kind of wanted to get a little bit of my real self out, especially now that, like I said, I'm kind of half banging my head on the table and sleeping right here at the desk. And my shy guy, like, how to say, my shy guy skin does deactivate for deactivate, not deactivate, deactivate for a kind of good period because half of my brain is not working. But I really would hate to kind of come back to the stream like tomorrow and be fully rested and not yap at all. I should. How do I say it? I think as I get kind of like my inhibitions about speaking my mind do come into play a little bit. But there is kind of someone oppressing my state of mind to not speak. But I guess the how do you say it? It's kind of hard. I'm in a state of non-caring, but at the same time caring, because I don't really care if what I say is correct or even marginally, I don't know, palpable. Like if you can digest what I'm trying to say, but at the same time I do care if someone is going to make a problem of me not saying, I don't know, something correct or maybe something right. I would like not to be a problem, but at the same time I don't really care if it is a problem. I don't know if I'm making sense. Anyway, so the lesson of the stream is I should open up more. Because I guess one of the real me is entertaining me. Because I would consider myself middle of the road, kind of funny. Not extremely funny. I'm no stand-up comedian, but not extremely. I better not make that joke. Not extremely unfunny. What is the problem? And of course it's closed. So sometimes they activate the boss before the time rush, like the extra time. It doesn't open up, and if I do right after like a second and it's like -1 second and it's going up, it works after? Or does it mean that like everything after 30 seconds? Because I did see on a tutorial video that the guy did say that after you beat the boss you should stay and farm like ghosts for extra money, XP and such. I do not understand why it's not opening. I'm sure there is a mechanic out there that explains pretty well that if you do this and don't do that, it's not gonna open. I do not know it. But I must. But I will. But I am. I do hope the sound is better because like I did half an hour of DIYing to create a sound booth. I don't know how to say that. Like a sound capsule, something like that, for my phone to kind of trap sound from the front and have better audio, I guess. I don't know why it makes me laugh. And I did yap for 2 hours. The yapping thing has become much easier after you start opening the gates and letting the zombies in. I should take a stretch break in a minute, I guess. Or my back is gonna really sing a metal song. And I do guess another thing that it's not really good for a correct self-viewing without bias would be I've been so much with myself because I am myself obviously, but I don't think another person would find me entertaining, and I do know that's a moral kind of not moral, wrong thing to think because I'm not other person to judge me. I myself judge me, which is kind of weird because I have been living with myself for many years, and I don't know much about the other guy named myself, and it's kind of weird because I know everything about this guy. I don't find him interesting, but I guess that's not my opinion to put on someone else's. No, nice played. And look at maybe just a sign of that end affirmation. I don't know if it will work. I hope it should. I hope it will. Better said. He did. Now, to my mind, they did came another description of life is that life is a game of cards. You don't know the game you're playing, but the dealer, whatever you believe that is your mother, your father, your god, have dealt you a set of cards. And with a set of cards, you live your life, whatever your deck is small or big, whatever it's plentiful or very few. You need to play the game, regardless, whatever. Maybe you can give up, maybe you grit your teeth and make the best with your set. Maybe you leave the table early, maybe you leave the table late. But I guess the dealer life is never absent. My philosophical eye came out and did a little bit of poetry. I do think it's exactly that, like what I said. I don't think anybody would find it interesting, even in the slightest bit, with so much creativity around the internet and so much critical, no conjecture, like critical content on the internet that kind of points straight to the problem, and it's extremely nourishing to the brain. Like it's extremely saturating. I don't think anybody find interesting a little bit of poetry, but I guess someone would. Like it's theoretically impossible from 8, let's say 10 billion people, someone would not find it like mildly interesting. But the chance of them being on Twitch and being a follower, or maybe being one that has an ad blocker and I cannot see that they're following, it's extremely low, almost impossible. My friends, you. What I about to say? Ah, yes. My friends did used to say that was interesting, so I do hope to regain my back, my flame, and shine bright once more. Let's say if this old, if this old horse can run a track again. All this old car, whatever suits you, your taste better. I hate ghouls. That's a really good Twitch name. I hate ghouls. I don't know, I got really silent because it does kind of like bring a debuff when I say that I don't think anyone will find what I say interesting. It literally like demoralizing thought, and that's effective. Like that's a nat 20 on my that was a 360. That's a nat 20 on my like enthusiasm. I didn't say that right. Like my excitement to speak. Like natural, nat 22 damage, not anything else. I guess I should continue speaking like Hamayoshi did say. But I am imagining that I'm creating much of the content that Mayoshi did say. She said only keep streaming, not endure, and never give up, I guess. But how I did say at the start of the stream, like if you do want to get even a slightest bit in the road of enlightenment, you need the understanding, and understanding, that is comprehending. No, you need to understand, comprehend, and be just what you said. And I did guess I did take a lot more than there was to what Mash said, but that's a good thing. I hope I really don't get the flu or something. I really feel kiddish. I don't know a better word. I do feel like kind of cold, like symptoms of cold. I really hate colds. I don't think there is any man that likes colds, especially the nasty one that put you to bed. Like take all your strength away, all your air. You feel like a hot pocket with ice in the middle. You feel you're suffocating. Someone holds your nose and plugs it with concrete. You're hot, cold, like a boiling ice cream. That's really hateful. I don't know how ladies in general deal with it, because I don't think I have any lady saying that any cold is that bad. They kind of go through it and that's it. I seen 100% every man speaking about the cold like it's a arch nemesis, a mortal enemy, because it is. It's so worse. I do think there is some extreme people out there, myself included. I would rather, I don't know, break something. For sure the pain will be immense and to be constant, but being left cold, especially multiple day cold or maybe a weekly, like a 3-4 week cold, it's miserable. I would rather get something broken, casted for 2, 3, 4, 6 months, a year, and we're done with it. I don't know, a year sounds kind of long. 6 months. Yes, pain, yes, movement pain, yes, sleeping pain, yes, but the cold takes this is it's like getting a 99 debuff on everything, on hearing, taste, like feeling, on existential status. You take so much debuff, you cannot feel literally anything good. That's gonna be a stretch break. did want to say that I did activate my yapper gene and I'm now an omega yapper. It's not even my final form. I haven't paying any attention to the game. It's kind of hard concentrating on the game and speaking. I guess that was training for now. I should get better at this. Another thing that maybe another person would find it helpful is that you should make mistakes in the capacity that you can bear them. Like how with my stream, I could from the stream 1 try to mid-max that's nasty shot. I could from stream 1 try to mid-max every single setting, and I do imagine I could get a pretty good stream, even better than now. But the problem is, with mistakes, you make a repertoire of fixing and an emotional connection with the thing you are fixing, which would be my channel, my stream, my OBS, and you, I guess for sustainability, you really do need that connection of you fucking up, you fixing it, you feeling better that you fix it, you seeing other people doing better than you, then you're taking that and when did I get a flask? I don't remember. You seeing other people do better, you also wanting to do better, whatever that is, from competition to better yourself to many other things. I guess that's really important thing, because like I said, I could, but my enthusiasm for streaming, if I did mid-max the streaming build from day one, I don't think I'd be here today, and I really do think I'm dead. I don't think I'd be here today at all. And I'll try to fix only one mistake per stream. One mistake that can be fixed, not a grave mistake like, I don't know, like tearing or something like that. If I can fix a grave mistake, I will. But if it's something that could be fixed in multiple streams, I will do fix in multiple streams. Because, like I said, I need emotional attachment to this thing, Twitch, you, and to have a stable connection, like to come back again. Let's go another fox. It does seem easy on tier 1. I do wonder what's scaling. Is it kind of like enemy health and enemy damage? You know what would be nice as the mod? A health bar, especially for elites, something like that. Like a small... What I'm doing, I thought it does seem that sleep deprived individuals do make many mistakes. I thought that was a shrine and I was waiting to charge up. That's my bad, sorry. I do hope the stream was better and I speak more clearly. I do try every stream, I don't know what accent to put to make it more, I don't know, more clearly heard, because I do know I kind of slur my words sometimes when I become too emotional in speaking. I default to my emotional speak. I don't know why. D5 persuasion check, and it's kind of hard to, when I'm cool-headed and I speak with a slow, like more steady tone, I do, and I can imagine that the coherence of my sentences and the flow of the things that I speak are more clearly heard and better understood. It is kind of hard to always be steady and not emotional. So I'm trying to develop an accent or a way of speaking, because I could speak even more. Good idea. Let's try. That was about to kill me. Let's try to, I don't know, slightly adjust the accent. Let's see how they do that. Yes, there is a good chance that I'm getting a cold. I guess this accent is a little bit of um, how to say this, assertion on the end of the tone. I do not know if it's better, but I do need to strain my voice a little bit and just speak it. I guess this would be a more conversational accent, not a more speaking casually one. It's kind of hard to keep the cadence at the same level, I guess. And I need to be a more nonchalant version of me, which I am not. But should I speak more like this? It's kind of tiring, especially my cheeks. I already feel that after an hour like this, I'll get my face cramps. And the worst thing is, I don't really flex my mouth when I speak. Mouth? Yes, mouth. When I speak like this, because it's almost like my natural accent, which is extremely hard because I don't know, I speak passionately when I speak emotionally. And most of the times when I do speak something that came through my mind, I do speak emotionally. And that's kind of hard. Should I speak with more like tone of voice? That's kind of weird because I need to accentuate the volume at the end of my every sentence and almost at the middle of it. Is it more almost heard something. No, but if I do this, I almost always lower my tone of voice. No, my not tone of voice, the bass of it. And I do not know if I speak too loudly, especially with the settings of this mic. This is more of a recording voice than a normal voice. This does take a rather toll. Order on my throat. I already feel it, like being kind of exhausted. I don't like it. I already do feel that. I got a sore throat, and not for speaking, but like for signs of cold. I really do hope I don't get a cold. I hate even when I do get it sometimes yearly. It's the worst experience. I really wish it. That's not the word. I really don't wish it on my worst enemy. That's bad, especially if he's a man. That's even badder. Boom. Reze did drop in for a small cameo, if you didn't see it. Should I watch the Reze movie? Especially, I did try to start a few times like Chainsaw Man, but it was kind of hard, especially because I've been out of my pocket of anime for a long time. I did used to. I don't know how I find myself in this situation, especially with I started with the normal animes like the biggest one. I do. My first was kind of FMA. It was nice, extremely nice. I did have luck choosing the first one, but after that it was kind of going downhill. Not extremely fast because I did watch Bleach almost 3 times, which was kind of crazy. I did watch Naruto, like the first Shippuden 2 times, and the last till the last war. I didn't watch Boruto, and another, I don't know, 100 something animes, especially kind of that I did get them down if I didn't forget. And I did have a period that I would binge watch entire animes on I don't remember what it was. I would binge watch animes, like I put it to finish them in I don't remember how much it was, like 6 hours or 4 hours, something like that, like 12 episodes or 24 episodes. and I would watch like aimlessly entire animes, binge watch them, and continue on and on and on and on. And I don't know how many undocumented, because I have an Anime Planet account. I did have one, I think, or it was Mal. I don't remember anymore, where I would kind of document what anime I did watch. It was so many, so many. And then I downgraded because I couldn't really wait for like new episodes of anime, especially when they were like weekly or bi-weekly, or even in some cases waiting for new seasons like ReZero. I don't want to remember. I really couldn't wait, so I did get straight to the source, which would be manga. And from manga I did like at first go the normal route, like black and white, like drawn manga, like full Japanese manga, not the translating in Japanese because I don't speak it. But then it did get kind of like sidetracked to color manga, which is pretty nice, especially if you do look at black and white manga over and over and over again for, I don't know, like 300, 400 manga, something like that. So when you see the first color page, you're like, oh, what is this? Black sorcery, like black technology, black magic. You see it and you're like, I'm gonna do this. And then we get some manga that have the hybrid style. Most panels are black and white and some special ones are colored, which is nice. Then you have the fully like non-manga panel styles, like the one that are not manhwas, but they're like I forgot. Manhwa would be one long continuous panel, right? The ones that are kind of like not made in a book format, like left corner to right up. Well, I don't remember the reading order. They're like a long sleeve of them, but they're still like in the manga format that you should like look at boxes. There are a lot of them, and they're more animated like, not drawn like, more not animated like, I mean the drawing style. They're more like non-line art or black and white. Hello, it's only purple. Then we get to, I guess, how to say, hybrid mangas, where there are a lot of weird things, like unconventional formats, unconventional manga, like panels, like those that crop over like characters, flipping over them, something like that. And then I think yes, there is a chance for you to go straight to light novels or novels in general from mangas, but I did get sidetracked into manhwas and the other one, I forgot, the Chinese ones. Yep, I forgot. Manhwa and yep, I forgot. The Korean one are the manhwa, I do think. Yes. My memory fails me most of the time, so I cannot precisely put. Manhwas? No, I can't. I will stay stuck on that thing. Yes, sir, I did kind of like find extremely high quality manhwas, which is nice. I said I did start reading them and then binge watching them and then waiting for chapter, and I was like, nope. Finding new manga, new manhwas. Well, I did hit a rather strange like realm where I did most of the good stuff. I couldn't do some good stuff because I was afraid that I would kind of extinguish the source of the good stuff. So I couldn't read some really good stuff. And then I couldn't go back to anime because things were still going weekly, bi-weekly, or waiting for seasons that never come out. It was sad. Maybe the anime did have source material, which would be nice. Maybe the anime did have source material that was also on hiatus, which is not nice. And maybe in some crazy cases, maybe the source material did have manga, and then the source material of that manga was a light novel. Like if the manga was not the manga, the light novel again was on hiatus. You need to make stacks to wait a few months to get like 80, 100 chapters. Would be again not nice. So I did go straight to novels after staying a few years on. Got like the same one in how I see the animes. Then I get to light novels. Accursed light novels. A lot of good stuff again. Try the best, read the best. Wait for stacks, those that are still in continuation for the best. Try new things. Korean light novels. Moi, Chef Kiss. They're extremely, how this is, the bar is so high with Korean light novels, and the Chinese one, the bar is so, there's no bar. And with the rest of English translated, it's kind of like meh, middle to lower. There is I forgot the boss. I always yapping. There is mess and mess and mess and mess and mess and mess. I really find something that's like actually hype. Not saying that there are no good translated novels, but most of them are like really heavy English coded. I don't know how to better say that. Like they're really D&D like. Even those that do kind of like go for the Chinese style, the Korean style, they do get extremely heavy. What's the boss? Extremely heavy English, like Western influences, which is not off-putting, but if they make it off-putting, for sure it is. It's not really combined, especially on light novels, thousands of cultures. Like you need to have a main, maybe a secondary, but you can't really try to combine any kind of genre, any kind of culture, get it to work. Unless you are kind of a genius writer, most of those novels aren't. And from there, it was a long, tenuous journey to get my mains that are still in production and have stacks of them and wait daily. If I was lucky to be like daily to know the like hour, because there were some authors that like didn't have any analysis. They were like ghosts posting whenever they liked, and some that did have schedules, which was godly to like how to say to refresh that page and to see bam next chapter. Ooh, I get jitters when now, especially when the fights or whatever like main topic was really getting on, and you need to wait daily. And there was kind of like a hope that you find it somewhere else, like faster, but most likely you are already on the fastest delivery, whatever that was, Discord, whatever they did post first, like the chapter, you couldn't really get it anywhere even faster. Only that if you really know the author, I don't know, requested to get it first. It was so crazy. And now it came the dark era, the poison testing era, where you read MTLs, machine translated MTN, machine translated novels. I cannot speak or abbreviate the word. Anyway, the big no-no of M's, which are poison, literally cancer, if cancer could be written in words. But the problem is you couldn't, your mains were done, especially if you I did not remember. Extremely awful, but at the same time nice novel like Emperor Domination. I do think it was the name. The one with 7, 8, 9, 10k chapters. It was horror. The nice kind of horror. so many chapters, so much repetition over and over again. Because the problem is, if it was slightly less unique, it would, it would have gone straight into no. I did remember the martial word Ashura. I don't want to remember. Those are the dark days, they long gone past. Martial peak. I get PTSD only thinking about it. So much time, so many millions of words written, read. It was fun, but only in the moment. I don't like to imagine that has not my brain reading slop and slop and slop and slop. I do imagine the girlies that are book talk have the same brain rot as I do, because it's almost the same. One is more horny and the other is more rotted, especially the machine trusted one. Because there was, let's not how to say this, dodge around the subject. Dodge around the subject. There were like good machine translated novels. Do not deny that, but most of them were trash. And unfortunately, we are in a wasteland. There was nothing besides like scorched earth. We didn't have anything else. So trash was it. Wait a second. What's this? No, I was getting a notification on my phone. Please, do not damage me. I am fragile. They were the good times, There's a lot of spin-offs. They were extremely nice. I don't remember whatever they were. Maybe they are not spin-offs? I can't seem to remember. They are novels for sure. What's this? Why is it a long strip? Thank you. I really needed that boost. You sure drive me further. I know. I did yap out. I'm really curious to see if the file size will be bigger. It technically should be a little bit bigger, but I don't think I'll see the difference that if I don't stream like the same amount of time. Should? No. We are going to we are not. That's also a pleasant surprise. I don't know why suddenly I got quiet. Hello? Yes. What else to talk about? Water break. I do think in another 20 minutes, another stretch break. It's kind of a big delay between the stream and the stream error. I do have kind of fiber on the internet. Not I have fiber on the internet, I have fiber internet. I did find kind of an interesting VTuber recently, which is I don't know, really pleasant to be in the company of. She's Bird Witch, and her curses do really work. I can't seem how do I say this. I hope you're not wished well by her. No, I'm joking aside. She's really nice. I didn't expect to find someone like so low in viewings, but so how do I say this? So good nature. Like the same thing that I said with the VTuber conversation, that there is a very likely a higher chance of finding someone interesting and that you resonate with, like you like the company of, especially in a stream scenario with a VTuber community than a normal person, because you don't have much in common. And she's really pleasant to be, I guess, around. That's I thought it was a big goblin, but I guess it is a big goblin, but like one of the big zombies in Minecraft. I was confused for a second. I really did enjoy her streams. And I did only find her about a month. I don't think it's a month, something about weeks, 2 weeks. Like I said, a very pleasant surprise to find someone at such low, like, viewer rating. Or just like someone with her caliber of, I don't know how this is, caliber of like holding herself and how she speaks, how she conducts the stream, of way higher rating. I was really surprised, and I do like surprises, I guess, but the good kind of surprises, of course. And it's kind of weird, because what I was speaking earlier with the veil of perfection, that the more you like someone, the lesser you are willing to see of them. The same would be with the kind of Twitch, like the one that I follow. It's kind of hard to find new persons to kind of like watch, because the one that I do really watch, I really like. And it's kind of hard to expand the circle, because you'll not really be... Nah, I'm going to die. Anyway, it's not really kind of like, in my mind, it's kind of hard to justify trying to find someone else with already like a group of people that I watch and I do like to watch. It's kind of hard to find someone I'm dead beyond belief. I'm not. What a good slide. What I was saying? Yes, it's really hard to find someone that it's really hard to find someone like would fit well in my like group that I already watch without some crazy distinctive thing that I do already kind of search for in streamers, but I don't know what it is, because not every streamer that I do watch has something in common. Pretty different. Maybe they have something in common, but I do not know what that is. So a pleasant surprise to bring someone into my roster, which I can see. I should really trim my like people that I follow, because I do follow a lot of people. I kind of feel bad when someone does a shout out. Shout out. I didn't say that right, but I do not know the proper way. A shout out. I do think that's the best version I'm gonna get, so I'll roll that. A shout out to someone. I really feel kind of bad, especially if they sound kind of like their friends. They are their friends, so I do follow, and it does add a lot when you do that for every single person. And it's not that I don't feel bad, like if I don't really, I don't know, resonate in the moment with it, I will not do it, but probably I'm like a frequencer, I resonate most of the time. And I got a lot of people that I do not watch, but I do plan at least to give them like a chance if they are online. But the problem is, I forget a lot. My memory is, like I said, I have Game Boy Color type of memory, 0.5 RAM megabytes, 0. 0.5 megabytes of RAM. I can seem to remember the ones I watch and the ones I didn't. So the people that I do watch, like constantly and frequently, it's an extremely small amount. I would not say even 10 that I kind of remember to watch, because I did have I don't know, like a reaction strong enough, so my memory did make a marker of it, which is kind of deeper than surface level, like wipe edge range. And I'm really surprised and pleasantly surprised, extremely pleasantly surprised that Bear the Witch did make the mark. So I did remember her. The only thing that's missing is some weird time anomaly and straight out of a season of Doctor Who with incomplete memories of other timelines. I really hope there is a Doctor Who out there who can fix me. And I should give people another chances, because let's say that one of those 10 slots that I do remember I do watch now kind of dearly, it was a person that at first I didn't like, and it's not really bad to say that. You shouldn't like some things and some others, because if not, the contrasting difference in your life would be zero. If you like everybody or hate everybody, you cannot really understand the other part of the coin. I didn't like it at first because negativity, I guess. I was already in. I didn't need more in on the table, but I did guess she did grow on me, which was nice change for at least once. Like, I was wrong. I really don't like to be right sometimes, and I was very glad that I was wrong. That does sound kind of weird, right? To be glad to be wrong. But it is a thing. What eyes? What have you beholded? Chocolate fudge. Let's spin around the map. Let's see. 2 statues. 3 even. But I guess you can see. Let's see. Yep, you can. I block your screen. What a pity, eh? But I guess that makes me a really critical person, right? If I that does say more about me than people that I watch. But I am willing to be remembered as a critical person. I don't know. I would not say that whatever like fame, infamy or fame, it's still fame. But you should at one point like get used to yourself, and I am very critical and I don't like that. I don't think it's a nice thing to have, because I could be enjoying something and the next moment my brain would go, but have you considered this? But what about that? Why shouldn't you? Why should you? And it does go over repetition, and the problem is most of the time it's nonsense, which it's perfect. The problem is when it's right. You can't really battle with the truth, you know, and that's really, really bad. I don't know what I said. I hate that sometimes when I'm right, and it's not a pleasant experience. It does leave me with a very bad taste in my mouth. But I guess I could be the only one, or everybody else is the same. Yes, there is kind of like I said, common share logic library, which would be common sense and common experiences. Really, I could huddle that together because regionally based, I think most of us in the same region did have almost the same not childhood experiences. Globally, that obviously kind of tracked globally as well, but it's the more accurate, I imagine, it locally. And what you consider locally could be anything from like the next the city you're in, the country you're in, the continent. Because even how this is, even common weather will force you to have almost the same habits. Like if you do, it's fucking hot every day outside. You imagine you start like having habits of hot people, getting things cold with you, getting a cold water bottle, eating a lot of ice cream, I don't know. And when enough people do that, you get kind of like the common sense that you should always, I don't know, take a few of your currency with you. So if it's too hot, you get to buy something cold, something like that. And when you do meet someone that does the same, you're like, oh, you also do that? Yes, I do. And you build a common logic library between the two of you, which would be kind of like the father of inside jokes. Because for inside jokes, kind of like another meta thing. You need context, you need personal context, you need logic, you need shared logic to understand. Because you can, how to say, you can guess inside jokes if they're not extremely obscure, which most of them are. But you can guess somewhat what's the ballpark of the joke if not from the reaction. Because there are, I think, two big categories of inside joke: is the funny ones inside joke and the really fucked up ones inside joke. The reaction is either extremely laughter or suddenly silence. Everybody looking at those that do know it, and looking at those that don't know it, and hoping that they don't know it. That's, I don't know, maybe there are many types of inside jokes, but those are the two that came to my mind. Because most of the time, that's how my concepts do come out of my mind space. They do come out like very modular, meaning that if I do in the future think that the part is really not compatible anymore, I could change it, but most of the time I will not stay it, which would kind of leave you the wrong impression that I didn't mean what I said if later date a topic with another piece of the chance. Another piece of the content, let's say like, I don't know, feelings or sentiments would come up and I have a different opinion. It's not really that I have a different opinion, it's that maybe I develop a more cultured or a more advanced opinion of what I was already having. And that changes kind of my internal logic, which you couldn't possibly know if you're not a mind reader. And even if you're a mind reader, what's counting? What does count as mind reading? Can you literally read the makeup of my brain, know all past referential knowledge in my mind, or can you read my surface level thoughts as I'm making them and speaking them? Yeah, that would be kind of crazy. That would be more in the realm of mind manipulation, no? To kind of know the contextual memories. Because at one point, I do not know if you even have the memories that you used to have, like whatever they are stored in neurons and such. Is it not more likely that you have the emotions or kind of the result of those memories and you kind of recreate them or reconstruct them, or at least a bare bones version of them to remember what you were like in that imagine like you tasting a very good food. You can in the moment you see it, it's very nice feeling, it's very good texture, it's very hot, you can feel it in your hand. There is kind of cold because it's a restaurant or something. You have eaten gum before, so your mouth is kind of minty. You tie your shoes a little too tight, so it's kind of hurts your feet. So after you are eating, you're gonna like re relace your shoes. I kind of forgot what lacing was. And you're with a friend, parent maybe, or brother, so you did feel kind of like in company of someone. Let's see what other factors. Maybe you're a little bit drunk, you did drink a beer or something, or a two, or a three. You're kind of hungry, that's why you came, but you still haven't eaten it. And there are so many like contextual elements to this present like experience, and right after you eaten it, you, I don't know, get to drink another beer, go home, sleep, wake up, and you remember that it was a good meal and it was kind of hot, and maybe you're kind of uncomfortable but can't seem to place why. Maybe you do remember that your shoes were kind of tight to hot, but you maybe can't remember that you banged your feet on, I don't know, on the sidewalk. That's why it was hurting more than usual. But you cannot remember it, so you associate the pain in your foot to the shoelaces. And imagine that those memories deteriorate with time and even use of them, I imagine. Like the more you use a memory, there is more chance to be made modification to it. That's really how, like a game of telephone, but with yourself. Like the more you try to recast a memory, especially a very specific one, I imagine, would do the trick. The more you yourself kind of add details, or maybe try to make it more real, I guess. But what you're doing is adding unnecessary. I guess not unnecessary, because they are necessary, but details that are not necessary for the replication. You're not a computer. You cannot pull like a zip file and take all the same contents and I have a lot of and take all the kind of data that was stored in the memory and recreated. You're meat mecha, like Attack on Titan. What I was yapping about? VTuber, I forgot. Anyway, I do have a feeling that anyway it's gonna be almost like a catchphrase. A second close to a catchphrase. I really, honestly, I've been so used to forgetting that I don't really get mad anymore if I kind of forget something. It's second nature to me. Would you be mad if you, I don't know, your grief sense was kind of weak in the morning and, let's say, dropped a lot of things? At one point you kind of adapt and maybe take less things in the morning, or maybe grab it with two hands, or maybe be, I don't know, like exasperated because you can really grab it. By the way, to example, I do have some morning where I barely have any strength, like the first 5 minutes when I wake up and then go back normal. Anyway, like this example, would you be mad forever? I cannot really be mad forever every time I forget something. I don't wish I could. I don't say I wish I could be mad, but that's a torturous experience. I don't want that. At one point, you kind of like, you kind of are alright. I guess that's gone. And the problem is I'm kind of a creative person. I really like to DIY stuff, create stuff with any kind of field, whatever that would be. Sewing, survival stuff, maybe arts and crafts, maybe building small models, or maybe building anything in general, or maybe modifying stuff. I really love that. Kind of take already things and modify them to make them whatever artistically or kind of functionality. Nah, that's not a word. Whatever artistically or to enhance the function of them. I really like to do that, but sometimes I do kind of like I'm not really talented at drawing. I did make my model, but I'm good at ideas, so I guess I am at extremely simple things. No, I didn't say that right. I guess I am good at doing extremely simple things like drawing. I did animation of my character. I'm good at creating stories, I guess, because I did Yap a lot, and those are created thoughts. They were not really anterior, no, previous thoughts. No, that's better. They're not really previous thoughts that I did have them. I literally created them, so to define my meaning that I was saying, and hopefully get the point across. I guess I'm good at creating, but the problem is, as you can imagine, I've been repeating this for literal hours. My mind is leaking. It has a few holes, and it leaks memories. I hope I didn't catch the attention of any SCPs that feeds on my memory, or I don't know, suckles on my soul. I really wouldn't want to have some demon suckling on my soul every time I forget something. I don't think I'll be a delicacy. I forgot the boss. There's another problem with this forgetting stuff, and it's if I acknowledge it, I realize how much I forget, and that's bad because not that I realize how much I forget, but I kind of sometimes I don't know if I make myself forget because I forget most of the time, and if let's say I want to discard a half thought that I didn't like, I could simply imagining it that I forget it and it disappears, or when I'm ignorant how much I forget. But it does leave me like in a weird haze when I want to do something, remember something, or maybe take a previous idea, previous creation, and suddenly it vanishes out of existence, and I'm like, I did want to make something, but I wonder what. And it's kind of, it wakes me, and I'm kind of sad. Some ideas in my mind did kind of fade away forever, and I will not find them in this lifetime. I guess the same would be with dreams. I did have a few dreams that I really wanted to keep, but they were like sand sibling to my hands, and that's not nice. I don't know, I get really melancholic when I do try to remember my dreams, because obviously a dream is easily forgetful. No, that doesn't sound right. A dream, it's easy to forget, in general. So what I'm saying is most commonly like a common problem, but the problem to me is that it's kind of a negative favor, because I usually forget things. Forgetting a dream is not really nothing new, but the problem is because of that I did have I guess that's a positive and a negative like apocalypse. I do have a really good skill, I guess, or a really good kind of mechanism that remembering how things make me feel so I can recreate what they were once. I do not know if it sounds strange or kind of like common to do that, but I'm really good at it, meaning that I could I don't know, maybe I'm a new like file format. I could kind of encrypt the memory of let's say, I shouldn't use that, like a sandwich I really like, and store that in an emotion, and when I wanted to make the sandwich again, sandwich, yes, that's better pronunciation, I do want to make the sandwich again, I will try to get the feel for the emotion, and that sometimes will lead to my prior memory if there was one, and if it's not, I will let instinct do the work. I look at the kitchen, I'll see like the ingredients, and I will kind of feel it to the instinct. Does it make sense? I do kind of rely on my instinct a lot, if you because I can't really rely on my memory if it's like tricking me. And that's another slow problem, relying on instinct. Because let's guess what? Ooh, nice. Human instinct is not really accurate. It is, better said it was. But unfortunately, kind of like the new era did come on, and as much as human instinct, it's accurate. It's not really, how do I say this? Not really useful for the modern age, because you can't really calculate how, I don't know, how a bullet would dodge that with instinct. I'm sure you can do that with an animal, or predictive kind of like engines in your mind to not fall, not get hit by a tree, not many things, many basic operations that you do daily with your body are because of instinct, or better said, the collection of prior instinctual movements, maybe mental processes, which would categorize them as instinct. I guess that's the short description of an instinct, all the processes of your body that you do consciously, unconsciously, mental or physical. That would be the short description of instinct. I repeated myself. I forgot. No, I didn't forget. I forgot that I repeated. And they were kind of like, how do you say this? That depends on what environment you kind of grew up in. There's a good chance that if you did have a, I guess, loving family, a good calm environment, and somewhat peaceful life, your instinct would be kind of like not out of sync with the real world. I don't like any of those. Banish. I don't want to banish anymore. Let's go movement speed. I did realize I was playing calcium. Yes, with the environment. If you did kind of like grow into a, I imagine, not a good environment, but I imagine that if you did go in a good calm environment, I mean, how do I say this? Like your life score would be like 8 out of 10. Your instinct would be kind of spot on, for the only reason that they didn't need to deviate too much from the original base of surviving, and if they are not in hard extreme survival, they're mostly off, because you don't need, technically kind of logic, you don't need subconscious like action if you don't need like any immediate action that you cannot take while you are consciously doing it. Does that make sense? Meaning that if you do not need to run, fight for your survival every day, they don't really activate on their own, they don't really go haywire. But I guess they do sometimes if you're a lady, which would be like hormones and stuff. But back to the point, you not get them activated every day, every time, but you'll do in more extreme, anxious situations. And if you do live in an environment that anxious, it's your friend, and anxiety, it's your brother, you'll go haywire over and over and over again. And that's, you can imagine what that does to you. It can lead to a very good survival instinct, like set of survival, almost survival processy, I guess, like always be cautious, always be alert, always be a little bit anxious so you can get moving, always be quiet, always be silent. I guess those are two different things. Always be kind of like mute your present. Always have I don't know, lower head, I imagine. Make your stature smaller so you can get less noticed. Always trying to see small, because the smaller you are, the less threat you are. I don't know, always be ready for action. The moment something does happen, you need to be first to respond, whatever danger there is. Always be ready for anything, whatever that means. Be sprung like a spring every second of the day, year, and you can guess, imagine. I don't need to put more examples in front of you. If you do live like that, years after years, you become like a hydrogen bomb. No, I did another idea of mine, it came to mind about expression of feelings that would be a very apt description of a hydrogen bomb. Because if a normal person with good internal like emotional regulating habits, like, I don't know, whatever suits your bill, crying, emotionally venting, externalize the emotion, painting, like music. If you do have let's go for double trouble, or whatever those, if they are healthy and used regularly enough to gain experience with them, so that you can use them like regularly. That's like a breeze building inside of you, and you need to open a window. And imagine if you're a slightly anxious person and you don't have the best, the healthiest, the most not the most, you don't use your emotional like regulator all the time, most of the time. You only use them when you're on the breaking point. That's imagine trying to open a door when there's a hurricane outside. Extremely hard, not impossible though. You know, imagine when you're stunted emotionally and you suppress everything, you're a hydrogen bomb. You got teeny, miny, much pressure in you that you cannot open because you build too much pressure. And if you do open, you'll go boom, Reza style. And how would you resolve that? I don't know, bro. Go speak to a therapist or a psychologist. No, that doesn't sound right. Anyway, to a professional. They are the like bomb disarmers after all. I cannot help you something that I'm not a bomb specialist. Or maybe even not even a bomb specialist. You need like a firework instructor or something like that. There's not much here. Triple trouble. Huh, this round does seem to okay, I should shut up a little and I kind of zoom, I'm okay, but where is the boss? I'm kind of blind? Where is the boss? Are you the boss, Mr. Boss? Nice to meet you, boss. Yes, not that. That's a new boss. It's in east? I just now realized it's like northwest, east, south on the map. Like no corners, like middles. Or the map, central points. I do not see the red streaks. I do. Huh. I thought I was going to one-shot it. It seems that I was overestimating myself pretty badly. Hello. That's pretty good, I guess, with this build. Let's go try to boss. Where are you? Where are you? Like that. Let's not die like we did the last runs. I know I'm greedy, but I can't stop it. I kind of really need to beat the boss in 30 seconds. Don't tell me didn't open the gate again. What's the condition of going to the second floor? Cannot go when I'm on tier 1? Excuse me? Okay, okay, okay. And the boss portal if the boss survived. Cannot relieve with the second floor on tier 1. That's not nice, man, not nice. That's a sick joke. And I forgot what I was saying. Sorry. That's gonna be a repeated problem, so please bear with me. Bear with me. I'm gonna zoom around, I don't see. Blender is so hard. I did install Blender to get I did kind of try to see what animation software I could get to make a small animation of my character, and it was not hard, I must admit. It was tedious though. Like I said in my third, I forgot, stream that I did at least kind of get the animation. It was I don't know, 700 something like frames, and first time I couldn't redo it because I rendered the image individually, and when I tried to compile them again, it was taking a little too long, which was, I imagine, the point of rendering. But I did that again, and I upscale it to match the resolution. I got a folder with 26, 27 gigs of PNGs, and I was like, whoa, where did you come from? And I read it again, but this time I did it good. And the animation, technically, I do think the picture on my Twitch, like my profile pic, is one frame of the animation, because I think it was kind of cool to have different characters for every channel or whatever I'm on. It's kind of not boring to have the same standard profile pic, because I do get if I did have a higher quality profile pic, I would also pick it. I did yap a lot. Let's go for 4 hours. I don't know. No, I cannot. No, I feel weak in streaming power. Bear the Witch, the VTuber I was talking about. Bear Witch, obviously in the name. She did kind of like warm up 12-hour stream. Not really a warm up, but you understand my point. 12-hour stream. I'm too newbie to imagine 12-hour stream. But I guess we'll get there eventually. Yes, I was looking at the stream to see if it's lagging or that's it, buffering, right? It was the right term. I guess we'll go again with should we go with kind of like fire type build, like bow, revolver, and sniper, maybe something like that, like full shootout. What a skeleton! It doesn't. It's easily find that a skeleton would have a bone as a weapon. Okay. I do find things funny in simple comedy. Ooh, legendary from the forest. Yes, nice kill. Nice. And I unfortunately did take that, and I don't like that. Revolver, bow, and what else? That's nice. I don't know what tag should I put on the VOD, on the kind of Twitch, like live. I just like, I don't think the problem is if I start putting things that are accurate. I don't know how many I should put, and I don't know how to describe myself, so I did put like, what was it, Megabonk, English, VTuber, even though I'm in my first form, don't underestimate me. Male, I guess, VTuber male, which accurate, I guess. I don't know what else to put. I would like to put no screaming tag. There was one, but kind of weird because I will not scream. I myself don't like that, so I guess I will not do that to others. But I don't think you should put out a tag. It should be kind of like a underlying. I will not do it because how to say this? If I do really scream, then shit has really hit the fan. Like it's pretty bad. Alright, I will not. I do think last time I screamed was when I got my hand, let's say, less than injured. It was pretty bad. I don't like screaming. Musically, I can accept it somewhat, but if it's kind of senseless screaming, it's pointless in my opinion. You could discharge your way or show your meaning thousands of different ways, and you choose the most primal one to do it. But I guess again, if it's not too loud and right in my middle of my like ear, again I can tolerate it. I mean, I can tolerate loud music, which is how I deafen my ears. I should take, if I do find the airborne one, at least one or two. I am allowed airborne with this Skelly. I really do like mobility a lot. It does make the gameplay feel a little bit alive because it's fast as fuck, boy. I don't know. I did put the content warning of profanity and something else. Not something else, as I don't remember the name. My more profanity, but I don't know the normal level of profanity. I do guess I swear a little bit, but it's an expressive swear. I don't swear for the sake of swearing, I swear for the sake of expression, so you get that what I'm trying to say, convey. Nah, I think my brain is shutting down. I did kind of feel that the music was going faster and faster. It's probably my brain. There's a small problem. I don't remember what items were merchant guy, even though I seen them for a second. I guess the no shifting really does take number and I hope I don't get it. 50, 60, 70 years old. Imagine the Sukuna meme with one teeth in his mouth and zero IQ in his brain. Hope? Nah, I doing. Must lobotomy with prime lobotomy Kaizen when before the Gojo fight and Sukuna fight. How the internet was full lobotomy Kaizen. It was nice. So, I should play this more a lot. It's really I really like to zoom around. There should really be a character, or maybe it's an item that gives you flying. I really would like to spread my wings and fly. I should start singing this live. It does. It does really show that I'm autopiloting. I would have never have even sang a single note if I was fully sober. You're saying that this state does damage to me, obviously. But I guess you can't make progress without sacrifice. Will the price be worth it in the end? I cannot say to you. But I really like the process. I do like the feeling of streaming. I don't think I should say it's my calling. I didn't really feel that on the first stream, but it was pleasant, which is a rare feeling, which is nice. I do really like pleasant things. That's a very human thing to say, right? My alien cousins did say that pleasant things are pleasant, but I didn't understand them at that time, but now I do. By the way, that was a bit and I'm not escaped from Area 51, please don't come look after me. Projectile count, movement speed, let's go, even speedy, I want to zoom corner to corner on the map. I don't know what dial should I put my kind of comedy, because I could go even harder. It's not even my peak form. But I do not kind of know the taste of well, practicing alone. I don't this is a best practice for when people do show up. Yeah, you don't need to be awkward. Say hey, hello. But I guess I'm not that awkward, but I like to be more fluent and more coherent than I usually am. I don't really like to embarrass myself. without yourself. Obviously, be embarrassed. I'll not see it because living in your walls. Maybe I'll not see myself being embarrassed. For sure, I'll read. If I get embarrassed, then I'll show read the chat. But streaming is really nice. I didn't expect. Unfortunately, I did find my niche. I have a feeling I need to stream when I'm half baked to get 5 hours streaming. Then awake I cannot. I really cannot. Maybe I should. I don't think a normal chair, because I have like a gaming chair. I don't think a normal chair would help with my back. If you hear bolts creaking, be not afraid, it's just my back. No, scale is really fine, I should play him more. I thought Sir Wunty was fine, because fine, nice. Let's go even. I am speed. Where's my golden rings? Speed Force can't even catch up with me. It's really nice. 26. Nice. I shouldn't really get cocky. I'll get my payback if I really do start misbehaving and activating all the greed shrines. Legendary! Legendary! That's kind of common. It's the 4th time that I did get that. Yes, I did get people trouble with the restaurant. Should really find like a magnet statue, so I can zoom around and get my. Is not one. Was not around right here? Nah, anyway. What is the boss? Boss? Oh, boss. And my life is kind of gone. Where from fall damage. I don't know why I always slur my words around when I want to speak really fast. No, I actually don't know why. I'm zooming around just because. I'm fast as fuck, boy. Not even the not even the speed can keep up with me. Let's go and hopefully do we do even damage? Logically we do damage, but I mean like enough. Yes we do. And it's gonna be another dead run I presume. And that's correct, yes. Now that I activated my Omega the upper gene, my singer gene, try to activate, trying to suppress it. It will be too dangerous for the world to hear. My silent voice cannot be heard by mortal ears. It could damage your souls. In a good way, in a good way. I really should drink some water. My lips are like sandpaper. I got exactly 2 HP. I wonder how I'm not peacefully, I'm already bones, peacefully staying down. I don't think I'll be resting too much if I'm walking bone. Peacefully, nah, nothing, I'm fine. I'm gonna die about right here. I'm not, wow. That was unexpected. I'm 4 HP. Damn, 1 HP. Let's see. My single gene is too powerful to suppress. Is it dying again? Carry on computer. It does seem that. Carry on computer. It does seem. No. It does seem that only with tier 3 we can go to the 3rd floor. Yes, I did see that. Items. Bomb. Dead. Yes, Toggler. Come to me, baby. Stop. I guess let's buy all the tools. I should really look at the meta, shouldn't I? I'm so I'm so fried. I was wondering where they got the money. so much money. Like it's 100 something. I now realize I did in 3 hours into the stream. I did run after run after run. I'm a little Tuco pilot. Not Tuco pilot, like Breaking Bad Tuco, but Tuco pilot. Let's take a short break for 5 minutes. I need a... Sorry for my first time chat. You put some... Still there, damn. Some meat? I don't see what's that. Hello, if you are still in, and if you are not, goodbye. Huh. How do I... Thank you. I do not see. Or I have no... Yeah, if you are still in chat, can you type a message? I cannot for the life of me see if the count of I don't think I said dogs, right? Well, anyway, let's go back into it. I did regain my spirit. Enough of my spirit, I guess. Let's go tier 3. Speedrun. I'm doing this shit for the love of the game. And I guess like Instagram, you don't say Instagram TikToks. Instagram Reels did the kind of fry my brain, but I don't know how much fried. Like if it's, I should have set the ban items. Chocolate fudge. Let's get frozen. I really hope, if, not if, I really hope in the next half hour I don't start losing context clues of the of the stream or the game. Like, can't streaming at all. And let's not die. I don't know what's keeping me from kind of giving up the run. In Isaac, if this was a bad run, I could have like switched runs 20, 30, 40, 50 times. I got a good start. But I don't know what MEGABONK got that 1 HP parkour. That's this is, I guess it's the same as getting cheats on a game. I don't really feel like that with like Isaac, that I do around because that's a personal game. But with kind of MEGABONK, I do really feel like I cheat the game if I don't complete the run like entirely, even though I can make die on the next like second. I really feel like I cheated the game, which is not nice. So I get lifesteal and should I? What is this? It's a premeditated trap. That's a trap. What an old beam. Should I go Skelly again? I forgot again. Wow, my memory is so good. So good, so good. So good. I was looking at something, sorry. I don't know with the people with photographic memory would wish they had what I have, like short-term memory loss. I do wonder how long kind of like I did think of this, not a lot, but a couple of times. How long do people with photographic memory have their kind of stored in RAM? Like, is it forever? Thank you. Is it like forever? They can remember certain things, or is it like degrading type situation where they can remember things but they get I did click something, sorry. A second. One, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2. How do I You're not helping. Hello? Well, anyway, it's gonna resolve itself once I close OBS. Pretty nice. I hope I do not whiff the run again. I think that's a part of the game, like the whiff runs. I don't imagine playing at my peak every single run. That's kind of hard. The same on bicycle, I couldn't really do like one extremely long run like of one. I don't remember what was the longest run, but it was kind of in the hours range. I couldn't really do two of those back to back. But I could if the RNG was in my favor. If the RNG god did bless me, I really could take out of me to do even 3 back to back or 4. But that would be extremely bad for me. I don't know how to say this to be damaging, like psychic damage. Not enough. But I do guess I'm kind of rusty. I don't know if I still got the like dodge skill and basic movements for Isaac, but I kind of lost my sense of, especially when I did kind of dailies. I did play daily. I did lost my sense of RNG. Like I was smelling RNG even before like the floor loaded up. I was loading. I smelled it and I was like, I was, I don't know, going 5 rooms in and I was like, nah, that's not it. And restarting. And I did get extremely good runs. And then nothing happened. I tried to play, I guess. I don't know how to explain it. I didn't really play Isaac for a specific reason, like how I didn't play MEGABONK for a specific reason. I did seem to be more friendly than Binding of Isaac, especially if I do want to start streaming. I don't imagine guts and little droppings and blood and really do well on, well, you guess, like on first time chatters. And Mayoshi did kind of introduce me to Megabomb, which was nice. I wasn't expecting to enjoy, I haven't enjoyed like a game this, I guess simple. It is not graphically heavy, like, it doesn't have extremely complicated mechanics. Yeah, I would call it simple. It's simple, it's so enjoyable. Smile, you scaly boy. I don't think this run is gonna pan out, but I'll still try to do something. I guess not much. I'm dead? No. Now I'm dead. No. Damn. Not expecting. What's this? Another trap? It's not. Was it another soft lock? I don't know, I'm kind of not doing much of anything. I don't think I will take this run a little bit easier, then try to hardcore the next. It's not really good practice not to look at the screen, I guess. I did again loosen my nerves, and thanks for clipping me, bro. I did loosen my nerves for like speaking in general, which is good. the cursed Twitch drop. Like dropping frames, not. Let's go, folks. No, let's not forget this time. Unlocks, weapons. What do I want? Something like that. Tombs, let's see. Let's go. Not you. Go. I'm guessing those are the basics legendary, those I cannot uncheck. I will not disable legendary. How can I close you? Obviously from the big X sign, but that's just me and only me. Confirm. Okay, let's go. I should stretch before I get a back cramp and holler. Scream like I don't know, like a skinwalker or something like that. Let's go speed. I don't know why I like fox, but I guess one of my wishes could answer that. Banish. I should take more banish offers, not offers, like buy more of them. Yes, I feel my eyes decoupling from my sockets and floating in the air, pasta style. Must assume nothing, right? What weird brain I have. I now did think about like the pasta monster with the eyes floating, and it did came to mind like Kurapika. What crazy motherfucker to come with a shovel to the fight. With confidence. But of course, excluding Satoru Gojo. Of course. Was certainty and not self-confidence to come with a shovel and be. And especially, I don't know if the one remake goes crazy or the original one, like the one, the old one of Hunter x Hunter. It does seem to be more like old, which is not bad, especially if you do like Hunter x Hunter. Or the or Ichigo first Bankai with Byakuya. You talk as if you unlocked Bankai in 3 days. Yes, I have. Bankai. I'm really sleepy. I suck talking about Bleach. Damn. Water break. I don't know why. I feel funny. Not the bad way funny. I feel funny. Like, I feel my funny bone tingling. My 205 funny bones and my one hating bone stays silent. Bluetooth dagger. Legendary. Better than nothing, I guess. I should have clicked that. I did click E for the chest. I don't know why it's not registered, especially because I do have a very how do I say, it's a very sensitive keyboard. Shield, perfect. I don't think it will take ages. I really want a lot more shield. What's the maximum I can get? Was it 20 something at a charge shrine? Or a legendary shrine, whatever. I hate those green boogers. I felt a rocky breeze a mile away. I was waiting, and I should run like the fox we are. No. Skip. I really should buy some skips and banishes. It's really hard to play with one skip and one banish. Now I do kind of imagine how meta is forming. I'm speed boy. Please. Give me, well, I guess luck. If I was a little more awake, I should have taken the XP. Or maybe the devs should have the dev. I did see some videos talking about there is only kind of like one. They should have the, I'm out of it. They should have the, maybe a special shrine that you can make floor permanent kind of like boosts, those like speed or, and I'm dead, thank. Should I bang? I shouldn't. Another pause for 5 minutes. My back is doing pretty okay, I guess, but I need to decompress my spinal appendages. Pretty nice night. How are you doing, future watcher? Or maybe someone in chat, like I said, I don't really see. I don't got the docs to see stream information. For views? I don't know what is it. I'm sure there is some plugin or doc that I can get to see how many viewers without going like on Firefox or Chrome, Opera, GX or whatever. Today was pretty fun. I did get to make the like phone booth. I feel more professional with the setup. I do hope that it did cut much of the sound on it. Huh. I'll try to make it to 4 hours and a half or maybe even 5. I don't know. I kind of feel my back beside. My back beside. No, I don't know. That didn't come out right. My backside. No, my lower back. Yes. starts burning with pain. I should be alright. Hopefully. Right? Right. Hmm. What's happening? I didn't get one tier 2 like run today. And I played more than the last two. Not really. Was my first stream 2 hours and the second one 2 hours and a half. The third one 3 hours and the fourth one 3 hours and a half. I don't remember. You little chatter. Why didn't you say to go buy diamond shoes? It's all your fault. I'm gonna get sniped. I forgot this is not like the bandit. Are you dead ass? What should I play? I need 300 with this guy. With the hazmat body. And it's starting to burn down. To burn. To be burned out. To be burned out. To be burned. Say that 500 times fast. To be burned out. And that's not good. I really hope my Oshi streams tonight. Or my other one starts streaming. I cannot feel that. I want my Oshi to make content non-stop 24/7 every day of the year. But then I realize that they're also human. Yeah. It's just that at least I like the sound of, I don't know, acid, whatever the weapon sound is. It does sound like a very amped up, like sprayed something. Watch me. I haven't even forgot the, not forgot. Ah, damn, it doesn't really show that I'm sleepy. I did forget the items to reselect them. Damn. I surely not procrastinate anymore and do the thumbnail for the VODs. Where is my legendary? Thanks for the boost, thanks for the boost. A boost. Thanks for the boost. I'm gonna die if I jump. I didn't see them. Damn, it's gonna be how much? Another. Do I? I'm contemplating if I should do 5-hour stream. Will I send? Should I make another coffee? Nah, let's raw dog it. Let's get our safety squints on and Let's try to have a serious run. I scared myself for a second. I thought I was recording, not streaming. No streaming, streaming. Let's try to burn our last few neurons. What else could they be good for, right? I mean, we don't use them often. They're most likely one use time thing, right? Right. I look around like I seen a ghost. I need to keep my eyes open, like fully. It does seem to work. It does bring my awareness of the impending existential collapsing nameless sleep further away, slightly. Let me challenge myself. How ridiculous can I make something simple sound? Let us see. Let's do eating. Just make my mind. And I hate ghouls again. If it's the same with Isaac, I hate thanks for the evade. I hate spiders extremely much. What I was saying? No, I'm going to do this. No, I wanted to give him the run. What does a person that has given up? I want to stay some Vegeta-like line, but I forgot. Like hounds, bro, like hounds. They're hounding me. Not giving me any space to breathe. Ghouls, can you give me something else? Very cultured meme, that meme with thank you. Good that I'm not delirious. Is it good? Yes, I was saying how ridiculous can I make something sound like a simple I just will farm around to make money. We need to break blue vases. Ooh, all those blue vases were the silver coins are. Just now I realized. Damn. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Let's say what I was saying. How ridiculous can I make something sound? Let's say eating. When Homo sapiens on the home sector Alpha on planet Earth need to generate energy for their mecha suits to continue, they need to digest a certain amount of protein, other carcasses of animals, and sometimes combined chemicals, which could include many universally banned substances which could kill entire civilization if not contained, known as bacteria. And they need to do a certain terrifying terrifying ritual with digesting, which they plunge their dead prey in a vat of acid, which cruelly devours them over a period of 8 hours. And They absorb the essence of the dead prey for extra energy to hunt even more dead prey. Some of the most predatory Homo sapiens have their dead prey delivered in plastic bags right to their door. Some of them more savage ones eat raw prey in a show of dominance to show the other animals on the planet with the top predatory. I guess that's it. I could have gone longer, but I'm way past the normal like yapper stage and my eyes are closing. That is not optimal. I guess it's a damage. I really shouldn't fucking say that I will do a 5 hours. But I guess I did. I really shouldn't look at the clock. It's gonna be even worse than waiting for time to pass. Thank you for the boost. I really need that. And I almost forgot I have double jump, triple jump. Give me. Why is it off center? Hallelujah. We should have procced. We got triple jump. Why didn't that jump proc? Thanks for working with Nintendo game. That's what I needed for I guess I'm so mushy. Should I play only Fox for the next? Oh, it's the 4th hour. I didn't even notice. For next hour. Hey yo! It was like a drone, so it's following me. What should we up about to pass that time? I do really like the VTuber trend, if you haven't noticed. It was an obvious pause there. But I don't know why I like it. Even though I do like watch anime, and I did like I was not in the first wave of people to watch VTubers. I didn't really watch like normal streamers before even watching like VTubers, and I don't remember anymore who was the first VTuber that I watched. Was it Milky Mew? I don't think it was her, or it was either her or another cat girl with a white model, but it was most likely her, I think. And it was, I did become I was kind of like a YouTube frog, and I get sucked into Twitch. At first I didn't really want to, I get another app, another streaming app, and look at content separately on it. But it did, I don't know, I guess I was not really anxious to speak to someone live. I guess that for, I don't know, for a small part of people, or maybe a smart part of people, they don't like streaming because it is live. I guess I was okay with it. I didn't see much problem or anything extra being added. But I guess it's nice kind of thing to interact with, obviously the streamer you're speaking with is not someone like admin all the 50k like viewers, even though he does have a hawk eye to see like the comment results. Like irritated him the most I always find that impressive when I kind of get around there, like how he gets like chatters from the 200 per thanks for killing me, like 200 per second chat, how he can spot the one that talks shit and bring them on the screen. I always find that extremely impressive. What else I know about? Yes, VTubers. I don't know what kind of attract me to VTubers. Obviously, I do watch anime, and mm, because I would not consider like Milky Mew if she was my first like VTuber experience, like girlfriend experience, something like that. Like it wasn't really like an abyss, ha, ha, joke, ha, shameless plug in there, ha. Like really like endlessly attracting like type of contenter. That was not a word, but it will just do. So I did this. First of all, I did like the VTuber, so I did continue to watch it, and yeah, like the atmosphere, like it was live. I guess I did like it because it was emptier. Like there was fewer people than on YouTube, where there were like 50, 60, 100k like views, thousands, tens of thousands of likes, like thousands of comments. It was feeling like a drop in a bucket. I don't know, a bucket in a sea type of situation. I guess on Twitch, especially like again, if it's not someone like Moist Critical or Aspen Gold, where there's too many people, and if you don't talk shit, I don't think you have any good chance of like getting your comment noticed. And Aspen does bite back if you do talk shit, so that's not really a good opinion. And I didn't type at all in Moist Critical, just so I don't know the. I don't know if he does reach chat. Probably on Twitch, so after all, most likely he does reach chat. But I don't really know how, like, often or something like that. I don't really watch any bigger, like, normal streamers. And I don't really watch any bigger. Well, I do. I say, like I don't say I don't really watch any big like VTuber, like those from Hololive or something like that. It didn't hit me. If I was like in the first wave to watch VTubers, I would get hooked on the like the biggest faces on VTubing. But I did get in the second or third wave, something like that. I can't really wrap my head around the concept of waves right now, so we'll leave it at that. Porto was dead when they came like almost beside me, because it didn't give the explosion sign. It's again off center. This pisses me off. Pictures. Another mod that would be nice would be to make everything symmetrical, like a white world with everything being symmetrical. That's nice. I've been playing on autopilot for the last 4 hours. Damn, I really shouldn't have said those things for 5 hours. Damn my mouth that make promises that I must keep. I don't know, the more sleeping am I, the more I feel I should. The poet inside of me comes out, breathe air, and I feel like I don't know how I feel. For things inside me feel and do not feel. Yeah, I got my beat rate, my brain dropped slightly just now. I'm not even mentioned that I forgot what I was talking about. Something about VTubers. I got now my memory from DDR5 1.5 megabits of it to DDR3, the dirt kind that's been in a computer, I don't know, 20 years. Not even the good kind, the one that 3.5 volts, the dirty one, 1.5 volts. Not even the good one, the Samsung one, the A data. I don't know if they do make DDR3 RAM. No. I don't think there is no brand DDR3 RAM. I'm sure if you do read the label, you'll become no brands. Huh. What was a brand, a bad brand? I cannot remember for the life of me. Anyway, you get what I'm saying. I got a downgrade of 2 whole generation of red rum, red rum. I know. My mic just fell out. I did the mic check. The mic drop. Your mind thought. Your mind thought. Anyway, now the philosopher's out. The rapper inside of me also came for a cigarette. Out. Really shouldn't stream when I'm half asleep. I don't think I'll say any wild stuff because I do have a good sense of control. But I'll say a lot of pain stuff, I guess. Huh, is there any legendary with a ghost? Because I did see the progression from like normal ghost to Bob to... Shouldn't be. Or maybe would add kind of like a mythical item or something like that. It would be nice to have a class mythical. Or maybe... let's think about this. Maybe if you do have a combination per character, like if you do have on Fox, I don't know, like the lightning legendary, the explosive like gloves legendary, and another, you can unlock a special combination, but only like on Fox. That would be nice. My back is backing. The backing. Backable. Backs. Better. Barack Obama, logically. I'm speaking like AI. I did get another wave of energy, which is certainly not good. I do feel like it's borrowed energy, what I'm getting right now. Like, it's a small wave of clarity, but that's... I'm getting anxious. You wanted to ask why? I don't know what that takes to do. I'm getting waves of energy. Real energy, not some spiritual Zambo Gambo. But I guess it's not good because you're not supposed to get energy when you haven't slept. 30, something else, 40, I don't know. I'm awake when I do not sleep. I see. When I do not want, I feel what I cannot. What I cannot watch. What I cannot say. I am what I cannot be. Dramatic poet signed by me. Oh shit, I'm really sleepy. Just another 40 minutes, let's go. I'm closing this 5 hours on the dot, even if I'm the most godlike, most world record, I'll be closing that. Thanks for the boost. At least jumping on that. Or close it. I did think they took 5 D20 psychic damage, which is not good. I should really put the chat overlay on my main screen. I wanna see someone chatting immediately to focus on the game. Thank you. Congratulations and well done. And I'm done. Why am I done? He can sleep, but I cannot. Vows that are made must be completed in blood? No, that sounds too grim. Promises that are once made must be never broken. For us, the power of friendship is eternal. Come on, Sasuke. Chidori until I Rasengan. Anyway. my humor is like dialed up to 11. I'm Mega until she bonks. Anyway. Stupid ass jokes. I got double jump. No, please don't. I hate ghouls. If this is gonna hunt me like spiders on Isaac, I'm gonna make a Twitch account with the name I hate ghouls in some variation if it's not already taken. Only for you. Hating as ghouls. Because I hate ghouls. Oh, spiders and those annoying ass skeletons that can have like an 8 directional like shot. They also kind of spit bones. 8 direction? Yes, 8 direction. Like hounds! Do you see that? They're circling the Goldie. You call the skeleton. What rabbit? What rabbit dog? I cannot believe. Hmm. I did kind of wake up a little. What rabbit dogs? Excuse me, and I'm dead. I yawn, beyond to the yawn. I don't know. Now I'm working pure on game on instinct. I can't even compute. I do not know what knowledge I do not possess, but I do not know how much I do not know, which is I don't know. My back is holding out better than I imagined, which is something. I hope I don't wake up tomorrow like 7 in the morning the next day. I want to stream. Nothing much, only 45 minutes. Let's do something slightly more fun. More fun, yes. Orange. No, I should have gone to hazmat dude. Did I get his? Thank you. Anyway. I don't know why I find that extremely funny. It's not funny. My thing do. It is. I come to take you. I don't remember how that goes. I should speak louder. My volume has been going down, which is understandable. At least I think it's understandable. If you don't understand, raise your hand up. See, no one not understands what I mean. How can you understand? You are not in your eye, not just the people. I did guess kind of like a few half an hour ago, something like that. But I should kind of not suppress my brain rotted kind of language because someone does see the stream and they are of age. They will know what I'm talking about. So it's not like trying to 6-7 a little kid and keep making faces. It's more like let's see what meanwhile. My brain cannot produce me an answer to my inquiry. The website is down. I don't know what memes are popular recently. I guess that black dude that said let's pop out, let's in front of the precinct, put 70k in my pocket. If you win, can take it. I guess that's pretty popular. But I digress. You don't watch Insta. I guess will not see it. Maybe it's also on like TikTok. I see a lot of edits like with anime and him on the background like let's pop out in front of the precinct, in front of the whole precinct. I did see a lot of versions that were cut up and didn't include the 70k part in the pocket, which is craziness. Out of pocket finesse. Let's bang out in front of the whole precinct. I put 70k in my pocket. If you win, it's yours. Yeah. Kendrick level of hatred right there. I hate how you walk, I hate how you talk, I hate how you breathe, I hate how you exist. Reverse flash levels of hatred. It was that emotionless. Water break. And to that emotionally spoken, like it was with vigor spoken into that. I don't know what it was. I do think it was filmed on a phone. Bam! I was shot at by half a mile. But that's okay. My back is acting up, so 1 minute. I don't know, chair stretching break. I need to. My bones need to. My bone mecha is kind of rusty. I should drink some milk, I guess. Yeah, they built me with the old model. What about the new ones? No improvement, no new schematics, no new mods, nothing. I guess I'll be the old model for a long time. But old reliable. I did wake up a little bit. And I could say I was awake for half a second when I was like laid across on my chair. Nah, I don't say if I could put my like setup in a different way on the bed, but I just it'd be a sleeping stream. Not us see and not us wonder. There is nothing to fear when I am here. I am All Might, the #1 hero. All Might, save us. I'm just a silly little guy. I'm just a shy guy. It's be so embarrassed that I get when hey, you know what? I'm not even watching the board. My normal voice is strange enough. I'll get straight shocked to heaven if I hear what I'm saying right now. Next day when I'm sober. I'm not when I'm sleep sober. Don't to hear what I'm saying right now. Already nah. It's extremely bad. Not what I'm saying, I'm just a silly little guy, but not double jump? What I was doing? Show the movement tone like at every 5 level or 10 level or 15 level give you a double, like a jump. I'm spitting free game right now, and no one's listening. That's how the world works. That's how the world spins. Around and around and around on a plate. The world is so bad that I hate. What am I even mumbling about? I hope. I said. I hope no one sees it. As I said that I will put the VOD. I'm sure no one sees it, right? Right. I'm not beating the boss. I'm barely doing damage. I should have taken jump height. I don't have any. You, Sir Stone Golem, come over here. Let me ponder your pockets. Damn! Should I go for the boss? What build I'm building? Does not say the exact damage? Damage 2.5x what? Thank you for very... What's the name? Very... I don't know. I was about to say something really cool, funny, but I guess I'm not here. Get out the way, hey, get out the way, hey. Mom. Where is the boss? I come with the boom boom. I come with the pat pat. Come with the wood chop, chop. Where's the boss? Get where? No, it's up there. I'm a monkey, I can climb walls. What am I doing? Monkey. Return to monkey. Right now. Monkey. What's his build? Why am I doing so much damage? Hey, not even look at what I'm putting. Return to monkey. Stone monkey. Put the monkey. The avatar of monkeys. Thanks for the portal. Why do I feel that every time I do a lot of damage I upgrade, I go to the next floor and I'm doing like stick damage to them, like I poke you with a stick and you're a 500 level boss. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I can climb. I am him. Mouse. Mace. Thanks. Should I shroud? Should I shroud until she dispatch? Yeah, joke. I don't know if my funny bones are cackling, resonated, and buckling, frenzied, knifling, praiseworthy, rifling. I don't know, should I say I'm built for this or I'm not built for this? I think I am built for this, right? I wish I started streaming in my prime when I was playing CSGO like 12 hours a day or more. Imagine I wouldn't really have done numbers, especially because there were no VTubers. And it's been kind of really weird, right? I was playing kind of many CSGO. Would have been kind of CSGO, but good one. Not that 2 is not good, but I'm salty that way. Kind of. I don't think I've been kind of weird because I do not see myself like knowing what VTuber are to me like I will become one. Thank you. I should have skipped. Does this build work on Monk, yeah? Better than Fox? I should really go and look the meta. No. We. You're not catching straight as an arrow, fast as a fox, strong as a monkey, larger than an ox, beat so heavy, your socks fly off. I'm so tough, your brain goes off. Nah, I double ram off. That's a no-no, I presume. Hey, yo! What's up? I hate ghouls. I'm not discriminating, but I hate ghouls. You see what? Ferocity. They came to eat me. Animals. Let's take punch me, D-boy. What is it? I'm barely functioning. I'm on 1 battery. Charge me. Charge me. Anyway. I feel it. The ascension. What? Where does it lead to? Would I be isekai? Probably not. I didn't weave that. I do that on purpose so that I can. No, I fly, I run. Crawl, let's not say that. Oh, I thought I heard something. I probably did hear something that was not for me. It's not my time yet. Young, young what? Young Skywalker? No. Young Anakin. It's not my time. Weave? Nah. You cannot change, you cannot rap, you cannot hack, you cannot back, you cannot that, you cannot that. Where's my mail? And do a splendid job. Cannot feel it. And build a real. No weave, fire. You take the damage, real. Wow. Why doesn't auto gas? I'm a monkey, I can climb walls, I need to remember that. And I'm a speedy as fuck. I forgot. Damn. Stuff my back. Get off my back, is yeah, there is no chance that I'm gonna listen to the VOD. Maybe sound check it for a few. Like, did you take that shot? No, I was waiting there. Yes, it's instant. Ichigo, what do you think separates a king from his horse? You think is there little appearance? The one is a king and one is a horse? It's not, it's instinct. Ichigo, do you know how I hate the rain? In this world it rains too when you're sad. I forgot that. You have a speech. Spoiler if you don't know. Kind of late now, right? How is it? My name is Ichigo Kurasaki, and from a young age I can see ghosts. Was that the first interaction in the first episode? I didn't know. Do you know what's that's elite ball knowledge? Do you know what's the first sword? In like Bleach that got named. I'm sure some of you are tempted to say Rukia sword or Renji's, Byakuya's, Ikaku. I say to you, my soldiers do not will, they do not conquer. No, it's exactly on the first page. I would say that we didn't never see it, and it's most likely a conceptual sword, but it is in the first channel. No, that's not how I said. On the first chapter, it says the sword of destiny, and so the sword of destiny falls. And that's the first sword on Bleach. That's my TED talk. If I ever do get reincarnated in Bleach, I want that as my sword, the sword of destiny. It should have kind of hacks at the level of concept, like Ichibe's, like Black, because it is like the sword that started the whole plot. What am I doing? I'm playing MEGABONK, obviously. But, I mean, what are you doing? You, little chatter guy. Nah, there's no thing. This before the ghost. Eat my monkey cake. There is no way. I'm barely doing 20k in 10 seconds. That's about damage. I cannot say how much damage. My back. It's calling for daddy. Rest. Yes, there is no chance I'm ever doing this body. Should I put it on YouTube? I should. There'll be more embarrassing moments in the future. I see this as a win. Just flying. Give me wings. We need to take a 1 minute break. Get back to break. Call me Annie. Call me Eminem or what are you waiting for? I shouldn't really close my eyes. There's a chance. I don't know how small or big that I'm going to straight asleep and left stream open. I don't really want to do a 70-hour stream. Not 70, what the fuck? 17-hour stream that I participated 5 hours in. Let's see. I don't even know how I got to this point. I hope Ham the Terrible doesn't spawn now. Please. That's 100% lucky that I survived that. I have life still and I got that. Why did I'm so slow. Hello? Damn! What the enemy assist was this? I did die. Button and that's funny. We got another 10 minutes in the record. Thank you. So let's try you. How many? 200 enemies. Why can't I? Something tells me I should take those. Something like that. I don't know what tongues. Let's see you. I did kind of yell that. About like that. How hard can it be? Only 200 enemies. Oh, that's good. Nice. Eliminated millions. Maybe it can wake up a little. That's for the better. I don't embarrass myself even further. What's this and who are you and watching? Um, I guess not. Hatman, give me the forbidden juice. Now. Knees. Wiggle, wiggle. Luck again. And Johnny, a lucky fella. Feller. Bum, 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 bum. Duration. On your knees at once. How can I take damage if I do damage? No. Can I take poison damage if I do poison damage? Yes. What do I need to get the music? I can change the music. I am sick of it. In the thick of it. Anyway, you dead. Thank you. I would have known without you. What a brave fella. How much? 180 something. I'm taking a chance. I shouldn't really open my mouth, especially with stream times. Standard spot. Extra jump. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Projectile speed. I want those poison delivered fast. No tip. Monetary tip. Do not confuse it with a tip. Be prepared. And that's not same. Thank you. Thank you. I really wanted to, right? What do you know? A Maui statue? Is this 45 or plus? It doesn't say plus. If there is only a small line to be 45. Another 100 enemies. Please. Depart peacefully from this overworld to the underworld. Express. I'll take you on economy class. Just go. I should sell the most so I can complete it. Right. As I said, the plant first into the mob. Legendary. Where are you? Curse. Is there any legendary with Cars power? That would be nice. I don't think there's any epic with Cars. I hope there's a skip somewhere and there is a legendary with finally. And 2 minutes, 2 or 6? 4 minutes. Technically 3.5. But 5. I'm not really gonna end at 5. I'm not. I already feel my integrity as a streamer like collapse if I can close it at 5. Like sharp. I need to finish the run or pick the last minutes. Stone Golem, would you give us an interview? No? What a pity. With the bang rocks anyway. I should have already taken a break. But I guess we'll be raw dogging it. As I said, says as a 5-hour stream commences. I cannot possibly imagine how someone does this daily. There must be some kind of Baki character under the skin. Show me that demon back. I guess I will get used to it. Especially if I wanted to do something crazy like 12 hours. At 12 hours I can imagine the logistics. You need, first of all, how much of this 12 hours is gonna be breaks? How much is gonna be eating time? The other breaks time? I'm not playing a 12-hour stream if there's no any special occasion. I don't know, my first something. Thanks. I'm not dipping my... No, don't. I'm not dipping my foot in a... I'm already half... Well, technically I'm half dead because I didn't skip one day and skip pattern, so it's my fault, but I must imagine getting in better shape out of a 12-hour stream. Crazy motherfucker complete. 12 hours, man. I guess we'll see. I've been roaming the plane, seeing the hero eating the monsters and taking the beauties. Yep, there's not gonna be one day. Should I try with this? No, I can't. I should do this, especially the first streams, to get them from other purposes. I should 30? Yes. I'm gonna archive the first 5 streams when I'll get 30 in the rotation. So I can hide my embarrassment. I can sincerely say that I do not know one tweet of what I do. selected. It is spinning right, so I click. It does seem to be an okay build. Move out the way, move out the way, move out the way, I will not say nothing, but I hate I told you. But when I say fuck you, be sure it's not for you. I don't know what I'm mumbling about. What is the boss? I can say I'm slightly embarrassed. Because direction. I should speak with chess, with valor. I should speak with vigor that transpires. Okay. Legend wouldn't. I'm gonna get one shot. Keep this. This is the end of the stream. I can say I did achieve the goal of the stream, even though it was late into the stream that I did put the goal in the first place, which would be 5 hours. I I don't say I'm sleepy. I hope the first chatter to come into the stream did have a good day. I have a good day. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm out.